Good morning, dear students.
Hashara, like they can't speak. They are like on default they are mute. If they need to ask anything, they can raise. They can use the raise hand option, or else they
Okay.
can put their questions to the chat box.
Okay. Okay.
So we will start the session within couple of minutes because
Sure.
still the students are getting registered,
Okay.
getting logging in.
So
Thank
if
you.
they want to ask a question, so
Yeah,
they will
we have
use.
a chat box option here. If they have a
Okay.
question, they can put into the chat box, or else they can raise hand. They can use the raise hand option. Then
Then we.
we will allow them to unmute and speak.
Okay. So throughout the session, you will be there here.
Yeah, either me or Aruna will be there,
Mm.
or else we will give them to ask questions at the end of the session. I hope it's better without
Ah.
disturbing the discussion, or else they can use this chat box.
ah, Okay.
Thank you. Very good morning, my dear students. Welcome all you to the mock paper discussion of BL6 Management Accounting. Today we have Ms. Hashara Fernando to speak to discuss the mock paper with you. If you have any question relating to any problem related to this particular paper or any related area, you can use the chat box option, or else you can use the raise hand option. At the end of the session, we will let you some time to speak and raise your question. Over to you, Ms. Hashara. We will start the session now.
Okay. Thank you, Miss, for the nice introduction. So good morning, all of you. Welcome to the mock paper discussion today. So today we will be discussing 50 model questions with the answers and everything. Applicable with the BL6 management accounting subject, which is stand at the business level 2 stage. I believe that before you participate here, so I believe that you have gone through the study text and the YouTube tutorials that has been provided by the CS Sri Lanka. Because here we are not going to discuss in detail theories. Here we are going to discuss how we are going to answer the questions and how we can tackle the paper and what are the approaches that we need to do when we have questions, because here it's all about MCQs. You have one question and 4 answers, right? So selecting the correct answer is the task or the objective. So then we will discuss, and as Miss mentioned earlier, so if you have any questions at the end, we can discuss those questions, and I will try to clarify your questions as much as possible. Okay, I believe that you all can see my screen. Okay, so this is mock paper discussion. Subject is management accounting, right? So as I told you, so we have 50 questions. Let's start with the question number 1. Starting from your study text. So your study text is consists with 5 main syllabus areas. Okay, so it's about the cost accounting, planning and controlling, decision making, risk and uncertainty, working capital management. Okay, with this 5 main syllabus areas or topic areas, so we are going to discuss the questions with the relevant weightages. So when it comes to cost accounting, the syllabus has given 35% of weight, which is the highest weightage for this syllabus, cost accounting. Then planning and controlling, you have 20%. Decision making, you have 25%. Risk and uncertainty and the working capital, together you have 20%. Okay, so which means now we are going to start from the cost accounting concepts that we have, and we'll start our discussion. Okay, so this is the question paper. You have the first question. Out of the following, which is a characteristic of management accounting? Okay, by now, as a student in the business level 2, you should able to understand what is this management accounting, how it going to be different from other accounting areas. Basically, when we talk about accounting, we have financial accounting and management accounting, right? So simply how we can understand this financial accounting and management accounting. Financial accounting is all about providing information to the stakeholders, either they are from internal or external. But in management accounting, so this information we use as an internal source and internal information to make the decisions, which this information is not freely available for anyone. Okay, so let's go and see now what is here. They are asking characteristic of management accounting. So let's go and see. You have 4 answers. Primary users are business managers. The frequency of reports are as per the standards and concepts. Accounts are based on generally accepted accounting principles. Focus on past information, right? So when you are reading these 4 answers, okay, so they say the users are business managers. Normally, business managers are considered as internal stakeholders of the organization. Okay, let's see other answers as well before we mark the correct answer. The frequency of reports are as per the standard and concepts. Okay, so when it comes to management accounting, report preparation is we are not following any standards or we are not following any concepts. It's all about the management requirement. In your organization, the management accounting reports that you will be preparing will be different to me in my organization. Okay, so therefore, We do not follow in management accounting, we do not follow any standard or concepts. C, answer C also going like the same as the B because it's again says about the principles, generally accepted accounting principles, which we are using in financial accounting. If you are a financial accountant, you have to follow these generally accepted accounting principles. Okay, but as a management accountant, not. Last answer, focus on past information. So when we talk about these time dimensions, past, present, and future, right? So what a financial accountant does is, he will be presenting the last year profit, right? He will be presenting the financial position as at 31st December 2000 something, which means this past information is more relevant with financial accountant or financial accounting, in which management accounting, they focus on what? They focus on future information. Why? Because in management accounting, they prepare budgets, they prepare estimates, right? So they prepare budgeted cash flow statements, okay? Which means, so the answer is, correct answer is the first one, which we are going to underline that out of the following, which is the characteristics of management accounting, that is, primary users are business managers. Other three features comes under financial accounting. Okay. Second question. Second question is all about decision-making process. Okay. So as a manager, with the usage of management accounting information and other financial and non-financial information, our one of key roles are we have to make decisions. Okay. So when we are making decisions, as per the study text, we have to follow some steps. Okay. So here the question asks, select the correct order of the planning stage of the decision-making process. Okay, so at the planning stage, what we need to do, what are the steps that we have to follow to make a decision? Okay, so let's see. Identify goals, collect and analyze relevant data, identify alternative solution, make a choice, implement the decision. Okay. So these are some key activities that we need to do. So the task here is what? We have to find which one is the correct order. Second one, identify goals. So if you go through all four answers, first one is identify goal. Yeah, so that is correct now. Because why? Before we make a decision, we should set our goal, right? So before you start your chartered examinations, so you might have set a goal. One day I want to be a chartered accountant. Based on that, so you keep on your actions. In organization also, same. Before we make a decision or before we start in making a decision process, so we have to set the goal. Okay. So then the first one is okay, right? So identification of goal is everywhere. Then you see, collect and analyze relevant data. Second one is, in the second one, it says identify alternative solution. Third one also it says identify alternative solution. And fourth one, evaluate achievements. Now let's go one by one on these actions. We are set the goal, and what we need to do, collect and analyze relevant data. Or we have to identify the alternative solutions. Third one also same. The fourth one say evaluate achievement. Evaluate achievement means assessing our achievement. That means how well we have achieved our objective. Okay. So soon after setting your goal, Putala, you can't what? You can't get the evaluation. It takes time. Okay, it takes time. Evaluation achievement, it takes time because it happens at the end of the process. So which means we can just skip D because say after setting goal, we can't just evaluate. We have to do some actions further. Okay. Then We have identified alternative solutions. What do you mean by alternative solutions? Alternative solutions means some options that we have. Okay. So to be a accountant, let's say, to be an accountant, what are the options we have? That is the meaning of identifying alternative solutions. First one, in the first answer, it says collect and analyze relevant data. Okay. To identify the alternative solutions, what we need to do first, we have to collect information. Okay. We have to set the goal, that is to be an accountant, and then to identify alternative solutions, first of all, we need to do what, Putala? We need to collect the information. Okay. So identify the alternative solutions and then the collect and analyze relevant data, make the choice, implement the decision. So what do you think? Yeah. What's it? Fourth one we skip. This is no longer there because evaluation will happen in first. Evaluation would not happen at first. Then we have these three, right? Identify alternative solutions. To be a chartered accountant, or let's say accountant, what should we do? We are getting some answers, right? Good. Identify alternative solutions and then collect and analyze relevant data. Make the choice of implementation. We have that. And this A says collect and analyze relevant data. Identify alternative solutions. Make the choice. C says first one is okay. Identify goal is okay. Identify alternative solutions. Obtain data about the actual results. So you see, C, what is C? Before, look at the C option. Before they make the choice, they say obtain the data about actual results. This cannot happen, Nipate. Why? First of all, we have to make the decision. Then only we can obtain data about the actual results. We are still at the planning stage. අපි තාම මේ planning stage එකේ ඉන්නේ. අපි planning stage එකේදී අපිට actual results ගැන තාම හිතන්න බෑ. First thing is we have to implement the decision. Okay. So therefore, C is also not working. So then we have the conflict between A and B. Again, let's go and see. Identify goals. Both says yes. Collect and analyze relevant data, identify alternative solutions. Then they say identify alternative solution in A, and the other one is the collective. Okay, so here you can see latter part same. Make decision, make the choice and implement the decision. Okay, so we have the differences where identify goal also same. Okay. Identify goal also. Okay. So then we have the problem about collect and analyze relevant data, identify alternative solution. Please send some possible answers to the chat box. Basically, you have to make a decision. What we need to do first? Identify alternative solutions. And based on that, we have to collect and analyze relevant data, or collect data and identify possible solutions. So yeah, we are getting both the answers A and B, A and B. Okay, so actually the correct answer is B. Why? We have to collect information, but what kind of information we should collect? Okay, so take the example, you want to be an accountant. So If you are going to keep on collecting information, so what kind of information you are going to collect? So we are a little bit blank. Which first thing that after setting your goal, what you have to think, okay, what are the options that I have to reach this objective? Okay. To be an accountant, so you may have options. You can follow chartered. You can follow a bachelor. So that means what? Identify alternative solutions. එක විවිධ ක්‍රම මොනවද මගේ goal එකට යන්න පුළුවන්. ඊට පස්සේ ඒවා list කරාට පස්සේ මොකද කරන්නේ? After listing those things, we are going to collect and analyze. Keyword is here analyze. මම ඒ තොරතුරු එකතු කරලා මම මේක මොනවද විශ්ලේෂණය කරලා බලනවා මට වඩාත්ම applicable වෙන මට ගොඩාක්ම හරියන option එක මොකක්ද කියලා. Based on that, we make the decision and implement the decision. Okay. So here, the correct answer is answer B. Setting the goal, options identify karagatta, collect data and analyze it, make the choice, implement of the decision. So organization ekath ehemai. Identify goals. Again, they want to increase the profit. That is the goal. Profit එක වැඩි කරගන්න මොනවාද අපිට කරන්න පුළුවන් දේවල් ඉස්සෙල්ලාම බලන්න. Okay. Are we going to increase the selling price? First one. Then are we going to reduce the cost? And අපි alternatives බලන්න. Identify alternative solutions. Then, okay, then we collect the data. If we are to increase the price, what kind of information we need? We collect it. If we are to reduce the cost, what kind of information we need? So we are listing and we analyze. We analyze කරනවා. Okay. සමහරවල් analysis එකේ කියන්න පුළුවන් we can't increase price because our competitor and ourselves we are in the same price range. අපි මේ price එක වැඩි කරොත් අපිට market demand එක අඩු වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙනම් අපිට අනිත් option එකේ කියනවා හරි. So අපි දැන් මේ වෙලාවේ අපි materials ගන්නවා supply කෙනෙක්ගෙන් international. හැබැයි මේ material එක අපිට local supply කෙනෙක්ගෙන් ගන්න පුළුවන්. අපිට local supply එකෙන් ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් cost එක ටිකක් අඩු වෙනවා. So now you make the decision. So you collect information and you analyze. I can't increase my price because my competitor also at the same level. So let me go for cost deduction in the production. ඒක තමයි මේ analyze relevant data කියන්නේ. Analyze relevant data ඊට පස්සේ based on that you make the choice. හරි. මගේ choice එක තමයි let me go with less or deduct production cost. Then implement the decision means what? I'm going to write what? I'm going to write a request letter to this local supplier and saying that we need these kind of materials. Will you be able to supply that? So you keep on implementing the decision. Okay. So answer is B. Okay. One question is there how to download this paper after the discussion. So you will be able to get the paper, right? After the discussion ends, so you will be able to get the paper. I'll make this all fonts black now. Okay, so we finalize the answer as B. Okay, we are going to next one. Production overheads are defined as production overheads. What do you mean by production overheads? Okay. Another name for overheads වලට තව නමක් තමයි අපි කියනවා මොකද්ද? අපි කියනවා indirect cost කියලා. Overhead කියන එකට තව නමක් තමයි indirect cost. වක්‍ර පිරිවැය හෝ පොදුකාර්ය පිරිවැය කියලා අපි කතා කරනවා. In the question, මේ වගේ question එකක් ටිකක් tactful වෙන්න ඕන පුතේ. They are not just asking overheads. They are specifically saying, what do you mean by production overheads? එහෙනම් overheads නම් දලා බෑ මෙතන. Right? So you should know what do you mean by production overheads. Okay? පොදුකාර්ය පිරිවැය ඒ කියන්නේ production overhead කියන්නේ නිෂ්පාදන පොදුකාර්ය පිරිවැය. Okay? So let's go and see the answers first. Then we will find the answer. indirect cost. මේ බලන්න හැම answer එකක්ම පටන් ගන්න තියෙන it's indirect cost, it's indirect cost. Okay. So we also know that අපි දැන් දන්නේ එච්චර තමයි. Okay. So it all says it's indirect cost, indirect cost. Indirect cost මෙතනත් කියන indirect cost, indirect cost, indirect cost, indirect cost. Okay. So let's see. They're talking about the number answer A, indirect cost of manufacture which increase as production volume increases. Second one, indirect cost of manufacture which remains unchanged as production volume increase. Third one, C, indirect costs that incur on the cost of making product, providing a service, or running a department. Fourth one, the final answer, indirect costs incurred after manufacture which increase as production volume increases. Okay, so first one, indirect cost of manufacture which increase the production volume increases. පිළිවෙලක් තියෙනවා නම් production volume එක වැඩි වෙන ඒකේ production overhead එකක්ලු. දෙවෙනි එකේ කියන්නේ opposite එක cost එකක් තියෙනවා නම් වක්‍ර පිළිවෙලක් තියෙනවා නම් production volume එක වැඩි වුණත් change වෙන්නේ නැති unchanged. ඒක production overhead එකක්ලු. තුන්වෙනි එකේ කියනවා cost එක indirect cost that is incurred. Okay. So මේ cost එක මේ වක්‍ර පිළිවෙල incur වෙන්නේ cost of making product එකක් හදද්දී හරි අපි service එකක් deliver කරද්දී හරි අපි cost center එකක් maintain කරද්දී හරි කියලා කියනවා. Okay. And other one ඒකේ කියනවා after manufacturing. So මෙතන අපිට මේ keyword එකෙම මේක skip කරන්න පුළුවන් පුතේ. After manufacturing ඒ කියන්නේ යාලා කියන්නේ production එක ඉවරනාට පස්සේ ඇති වෙන cost එක තමයිලු indirect cost එක කියන්නේ. ඒක වෙන්න බෑනේ. මේක කියන්නේ production overhead. ඒ කියන්නේ නිෂ්පාදනයේ ඇති වෙන පොදු කාර්ය පිළිවෙල ගැන තමයි යහන්නේ. එහෙනම් after manufacturing කියන්නේ it's wrong. අපිට වෙන නමක් ඇති ඒකටනේ. After manufacturing cost එකක් තියෙනවා අපි ඒකට වෙන නමක් කියනවා. ඊට පස්සේ we have these three answers. So then what do you think? So how to get the we have some chats. Yeah. Yes, you can get the recording of the session, right? You can get it. Okay. So, අපි මේ දෙකට යන් A and B ටැග් එක වගේ යන එකක් කියනවා cost එක වැඩි වෙනවලු volume එක වැඩි වෙද්දී එක cost එකක් දෙනවලු ඒක not changing volume එක වැඩි වෙද්දී. Okay. So මෙතන මේ කතා කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? මෙතන මේ කතා කරන්නේ variable cost and the fixed cost ගැන. Okay. Production එක කරගෙන යද්දී වක්‍ර පිළිවෙල තියෙනවලු production එකත් එක්ක vary වෙන. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒතර variable indirect cost එකක්. දෙවෙනි එකේ කියන්නේ fixed indirect cost එකක්. හැබැයි production overhead එකේ පුතේ මේ දෙකම තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. අපිට කියන්න බෑ මේකේ තියෙන variable cost එක විතරයි fixed cost එක විතරයි කියලා නෑ. දෙකම තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. Okay. එතන අපිට මොකද ගන්න වෙන්නේ? එතන මේ දෙකත් වැරදි. මේක එක පාර්ට් එක ගැන තමයි කතා කරන්නේ. මේක කියනවා variable කියලා. ඒක හරි. හැබැයි ඒක විතරක් නෙමෙයි. මේක කියන්නේ fixed කියලා. fixed තියෙන පුළුවන් production overheads වල හැබැයි fixed විතරක් නෙමෙයි. Okay. So therefore the correct answer is C, indirect cost that is incurred in the course of making a product, providing a service and running. So here making a product. Making a product කියන්නේ production කියන එක තමයි. production එක කරගෙන යද්දී අපිට ඇතිවන්නා වූ වක්‍ර පිළිවෙල production overhead එක define කරනවා. හරිනේ? ඒක ඒගොල්ලෝ කියනවා production එකක් කියන්නේ හැම වෙලේම පුතේ product එකක් විතරක් නෙමෙයි. service එකක් කියන එකත් it's a production. මොකද ඒකටත් පොඩි ක්‍රියාවලියක් තියෙන්න ඕන. නේ? human resource ඉන්න ඕන නැත්නම් බැහැනේ. ඉතින් ඒකට cost එකක් incur වෙනවා. Or running a department. Running a department, departments කියන්නේ cost centers organization එක. හරි? එතකොට organization එක cost center එකක් කියන්නේ ඒක production overhead එකක්. Okay? So therefore, the correct answer is indirect cost that is incurred in the course of making a product, providing a service, or running a department. This is the correct answer. Okay, so students, one student, few students has sent the answers, correct answers. Thank you. Answer is C. Again, we have another question. We are in number 4, which is again talks about some cost aspects. Let's go and see. Select the correct equation to express the total cost of production. Total cost of production. නිෂ්පාදනයේ මුළු පිරිවැය පෙන්වන equation එක තෝරන්න කියලායි කියන්නේ. නිෂ්පාදනයේ මුළු පිරිවැය. ඒ කියන්නේ භාණ්ඩයක් නිෂ්පාදනය කරන්න. deliver කරන්න නෙමෙයි. Sales and distribution නෙමෙයි. නිෂ්පාදනය කරන්න. Okay, raw material අරගෙන process එකක් ගිහිල්ලා ඒක output එකක් විදියට කරන්න යන වියදම ඕ පිරිවැය තමයි මෙතන අහන්නේ. Total cost of production. හරි අපි බලමු. We have 4 answers. Let's go one by one. Total direct cost of production, variable production overheads, fixed production overheads. මේ බලන්නකො අර කලින් කතා කරපු එක තියෙනවා නෙමෙයි. මෙතන මේ කතා කරේ the indirect cost that increases and the production increases, variable production overhead. Fixed production overhead කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? The indirect cost that remain unchanged with the production volume increases. ඉතින් මේ දෙකේම combination එක තමයි මෙතන මේ අරන් තියෙන්නේ variable production overhead plus fixed production overhead. අපිට මේකට කියන්න පුළුවන් මොකද්ද? අපිට මේකට කියන්න පුළුවන් මේක production overhead එක. නේ? Variable production overheads plus fixed production overhead is equal to production or total production. No, total කියන්න බෑ. Overhead, total overhead එක කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි අපි අහන්නේ total overheads නෙමෙයි. අපෙන් අහන්නේ total cost of production. Overhead කියන්නේ වක්‍ර පිරිවැය විතරයිනේ. එහෙනම් total cost එකේ මොනවද තව තියෙනවද? තව ඍජු පිරිවැය තියෙනවා. ඍජු පිරිවැය මේ තියෙන්නේ direct cost of production. මේ answer එක ටිකක් හරි වගේ. අපි බලමු අනිත් answers වලට ගිහිල්ලා ඉස්සෙල්. තව. Okay. Okay, let's go to the B. Total direct cost of production මෙන්න ඍජු පිරිවැය ගැන තියෙනවා. Production overheads එකතු කරනවා. මේ තියෙන production overhead කියන එක නිෂ්පාදනය අපි දාන වක්‍ර පිරිවැය ටික. Deduct minus non-production overheads. මොකද්ද මේ non-production overheads කියන්නේ? Non-production overheads කියන්නේ පුතේ ව්‍යාපාරයේ වක්‍ර පිරිවැයවල් තියෙනවා. හැබැයි නිෂ්පාදනය හා සම්බන්ධ නැහැ. මම කිව්වා වගේ distribution cost එක. ඒක නිෂ්පාදනයත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ නැහැ. නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලිය එක නෑ. ඒක තියෙන selling and distribution එකේ. එහෙනම් අපි ඒකට කියනවා මොකද්ද? non-production overhead එකක් කියලා. මොකද මේගොල්ලෝ කරලා තියෙන්නේ? production overhead එකෙන් අඩු කරලා non-production overhead. මේක තේරුමක් නැහැනේ. මේගොල්ලෝ අරන් තියෙන production overhead විතරයි. ඒකේ non-production overhead අයින් කරනවා කියන්නේ ඒක cost එක underestimate කරනවා කියන එක. Okay, so we can't get this as the correct answer. Third one, total prime cost. මේකට තව නමක් තමයි total prime cost කියන්නේ. ඍජු පිරිවැය එකතුවට අපි කියනවා මොකද්ද? ප්‍රාථමික පිරිවැය කියලා. Total prime cost. Plus total indirect cost. මොකද්ද මේ total indirect cost කියන්නේ? මොකද්ද මේ total indirect cost කියන්නේ? මුළු වක්‍ර පිරිවැය. එහෙනම් මේ මුළු වක්‍ර පිරිවැය පුතේ මේ දෙකම තියෙනවා. production overheads උත් තියෙනවා non-production overheads උත් තියෙනවා. හරි? මුළු වක්‍ර පිරිවැයේ නිෂ්පාදනයේ මුළු වක්‍ර පිරිවැයේ yes මුළු වක්‍ර පිරිවැයේ we have both නිෂ්පාදනයේ වෙනුවෙන් දරපු වක්‍ර පිරිවැය සහ නිෂ්පාදනය නොවන අයිතම වෙනුවෙන් දරපු වක්‍ර පිරිවැය. හැබැයි අපිට ඕන මොකද්ද පුතේ මෙතන? අපිට ඕන total cost of production. නිෂ්පාදනයේදී දරපු පිරිවැය විතරයි. එහෙනම් මේක වැරදි. මේක වැරදිනේ. මේකේ තියෙනවා මොකද්ද? මේකේ නිෂ්පාදනයේ නොවන ඒවාක් තියෙනවා. මේ non production overheads උත් මේක ඇතුලේ තියෙනවා. එහෙනම් මේව ආන්සර් ගන්න බෑ. මේ ආන්සර් එකත් බෑ. මේක මොකද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? මේක අඩු කරලා තියෙනවා. අඩු කරන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැනේ. මොකද ඒක කිසිම තැනක total indirect cost එකක් add කරලා නැහැ. ඒගොල්ලෝ production cost එක විතරයි මෙතන add කරලා තියෙන්නේ. එහෙනම් number B වැරදි, number C වැරදි. So අපි දැනට A තියාගෙන ඉන්නවා answer විදියට. අපි බලමු last one එක මොකක්ද කියන්නේ කියලා. Okay. Total direct cost of production. හරිනේ prime cost කියන එකනේ. Plus total indirect cost. හරිනේ. Indirect cost එක එකතු කරලා තියෙනවා, අඩු කරලා තියෙනවා fixed non production overheads. මුළු වක්‍ර පිළිවෙල එකතු කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒකෙන් හැබැයි non production එක අඩු කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒකත් හරි වගේනේ. indirect cost එක sorry prime cost එක එකතු කරලා තියෙනවා සහ මුළු වක්‍ර පිළිවෙල එකතු කරලා තියෙනවා. එතන මෙතකන් answer එක වැරදි. මෙතන total cost. හැබැයි ඒගොල්ලෝ අඩු කරලා තියෙනවා මොනවද? fixed non production overheads. What do you think? මේක හරිද answer එක? So we are getting answers as A. Why you say D is not correct? ID එක වැරදි කියන්නේ. So yes, Dasani. So it's correct, right? So here they are focused only about what put they fixed non-production overheads. In case if the organization is having some variable non-production overheads, they can make it which is non-production overhead. අඩු කරනවා නම් මොකද අඩු කරන්න ඕන? අඩු කරනවා නම් non-production overheads කියන category එකම අඩු කරන්න ඕන. Not just fixed cost. Fixed non-production විතරක් නෙමෙයි. Okay, so therefore this answer is also wrong. So which means answer is correct. Answer is correct. Okay, so බලන්න චූටි වචනෙන් මිස් වෙන්නේ. ඒක blind අපි කියවනම් direct cost plus total indirect cost minus non production. මේක හරි වගේ තමයි පේන්නේ එකපාර. But here it's fixed. ඒගොල්ලෝ අඩු කරලා තියෙන්නේ fixed එක විතරයි. මේක තව variable non production එක අඩු කරන්න ඕන. Okay, so the correct answer, අපි ආයි correct answer එකට යමු බලන්න. So total direct cost, okay, plus variable production overheads plus fixed production overhead. මට මේකට එක නමක් දෙන්න. Give me one term for this. Variable POH and the fixed POH. Yeah, it's correct. We call it as total production overheads. Okay, total production overhead is that variable POH, VPOH and FPOH. Okay, yes. So answer is correct. Answer is one A. Question number 4. Answer is A. Okay, so we are moving to the next one. Again, we have some cost items because you know, as I told you at the beginning, in this curriculum, 35% is about the cost accounting. Okay. Cost accounting තමයි 35% තියෙන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ majority of the weightage is happening there. Okay. So you have given some graphs. Okay. I think you are familiar with the graphs. So as okay, let's go and see the question. Which of the following graph shows the variable cost per unit correctly? Variable cost. I believe you know that. Okay. Variable cost means the cost that's going to be changed with the increase of the production level. Vary. Production එකත් එක්ක වෙනස් වෙන පිරිවැයට අපි කියනවා විචල්්‍ය පිරිවැය. හැබැයි මේගොල්ලෝ අහන්නේ not just විචල්්‍ය පිරිවැය, not just the variable cost. They want to know the graph for variable cost per unit. එක ඒකකයක් සඳහා variable cost එක කීයක්ද කියලා තමයි ඒගොල්ලන්ට දැනගන්න ඕන. ඔය graph එකක් බලන්න ඕන. Okay. So when you look at a graph, you can see two axes are there. And vertical axis is about the cost and horizontal axis is for this activity. Okay, activity can number of units we produce. පළවෙනි එකේ මොකද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? අපි number of units වැඩි කරන්න අපේ cost එක වැඩි වෙලා. හරි. මේක පොඩ්ඩක් variable තමයිනේ. හැබැයි we have the problem whether this is variable cost per unit or something else. This is what happened. Cost, when the production is increasing, cost is increasing. This means a variable cost, but this is what? This is total variable cost, TVC එක. Okay? මුළු විචාලේ පිරිවැය වැඩි වෙනවා එක එක අයිටමේ වැඩි කරගෙන යනකොට. Example එකක් හිතන්නකෝ. Options. Okay, so yeah, so take example. So take example. So we will say to do one product, one unit. Okay, we have a variable cost of 10 rupees. Okay, එක ඒකකයක් කරන්න variable cost එක 10යි. Okay, so if so I'm asking, එහෙනම් මෙතන අපි එක ඒකකයක් කරන්න variable cost එක 10ක් යනවා. හරි. එහෙනම් ඒකක 20ක් කරන්න to do 20 units, what would be my variable cost TVC, total variable cost එක කීයද? 200. 200. හරිනේ. Okay, so that's 200. So which means here my number one is here one unit. So here is number 20 items 20 I'm going to do, which is for 200 unit, 200 rupees. Okay, so which means this 200 is what පුතේ? We call it as total variable cost, TVC එකක් මේ තියෙන්නේ. Total variable cost එකක් තියෙන්නේ. But we want what? We want variable cost per unit. හරි. මට calculate කරන්න මෙතන මේ information එකෙන් based on this information, what is the variable cost per unit? What is the variable cost per unit? It's 10. Okay? එක 10. Hi. Then I'm asking, if I produce one unit, what is my variable cost per unit? එක ඒකකයක් හැදුවොත් මගේ විචාල පිරිවැය කීයද? එක ඒකකයකට යන 10යි. If I make 20 units, මම එකක 20ක් හදනවා. එක ඒකකකට යන විචාල පිරිවැය කීයද මට? I'm going to make 20 units. හැබැයි එක ඒකකකට යන විචාල පිරිවැය 10යි. So you see now, even though my activity level is changing, my cost is not changing, which we call it as variable cost per unit. හරි? ඒ කියන්නේ මගේ activity level එක වෙනස් වෙනවා මෙහෙම යනවා. 1යි 2යි 3යි 4යි. But this 10 is constant, no change. Cost එක 10යි. මේ මොකක්ද මේ? Variable cost per unit. Go and see the graph. Variable cost per unit. It's here, right? Okay, so where's the answer? Okay, so this is we identify as total variable cost. This is what? මේ මොකක්ද? There's the activity level and cost is there, and it has not started from the origin. 0 එකෙන් පටන් ගන්න නැහැ. Somewhere here they have started. That is TC line. Very good. It's total cost line. මේ තියෙන total cost line. Total cost line එකේ cost වර්ග දෙකක් තියෙනවා. මොකද්ද? Fixed cost එකයි variable cost එකයි දෙක. හරි. C එක හරිනේ. For the question, the answer is C. Why? Because, so you see, even the level of activity is not changing. Sorry, even the activity level is changing, my cost is not changing. My cost is not changing. Which the correct answer is C. I think I will be not able to underline this, so mark it as the answer. I will add a border for that. Okay, answer is that. Answer is C. Yeah. So someone will see this as a total fixed cost. Make a total fixed cost in that samana. And if you want to find the total fixed cost, again we are drawing the same one, because why in the fixed cost also we are learning that with the increase of the activity level, the cost is not changing, which we call it as a fixed cost. Okay. Same graph we can also present it in this format, variable cost per unit. ඒකක විචාලය පිරිවයක් මේකෙන්ම තමා ප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න පුතේ. ඇයි? අපි එකක් හැදුවත් 10ක් හැදුවත් එකකට යන විචාලය පිරිවය සමානයි. Okay? So that is the answer for question number 5. Answer is C. Answer is C. මේ මොකක්ද? D එකේ තියෙන්නේ මොකක්ද? මොන cost එකක්ද මේ තියෙන්නේ? Step fixed cost. හරි. Step fixed cost එකක් කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? Gradually ඒක වැඩි වෙනවා. හරි? Up to different ranges of activity. It's going to increase, which we call it as a step fixed cost. Okay? Yeah. So step up fixed cost, stepped fixed cost. Happy words they can use that. Okay. So answer is C. I think you all are good with that. Okay, we are moving to question number 6. We have a calculation there. The following data is related to a total cost incurred by the maintenance department for a company for 2 consecutive months in 2024. Okay. එක company එක maintenance department එකේ cost එක තමයි දීලා තියෙන්නේ. You have given 2 pieces of information for 2 months, January and February. Number of hours, total cost. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ මාසවල වැඩ කරපු පැය ගණන දීලා තියෙනවා සහ ඒ මාස වෙනුවෙන් ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉන්කම් කරපු cost එක දීලා තියෙනවා. හරි. So what they want from us? There is a step up in fixed cost. අපි කතා කරපු step up එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ up to a certain range the cost is constant. But when no sooner we increase that particular range of activity, that cost is going to be increased and keep on constant for another range. For example, so you have a warehouse. The capacity is 100 units. Warehouse එකක් තියෙනවා. ඔයාට ඒකේ store කරන්න පුළුවන් capacity එක 100. Okay. So now you are in month of March. Production එක ඔයාලගේ ready කරනවා new year එකට. So for the new year, we do a higher number of productions because we are expecting a high demand during the new year. එතකොට production manager plan කරනවා let me do 150. So then we have the problem අපිට warehouse එකේ පුළුවන් 100යි store කරන්න අප්‍රේල් වෙනකම්. මොකද අපිට අප්‍රේල් වෙනකම් මේක මාකට් එකට දාන්න බෑ. අපි 150 හදලා තියාගෙන ඉන්න ඕන. So now what will happen? So rent that we are paying for the warehouse. For example, let's say rent that we were paying for our normal warehouse. අපි warehouse එකට ගෙව හිටියා 10,000. හරි? ඒ කියන්නේ අපි එකක් store කරා අපි 100ක් store කරා this is fixed නේ. With the level of activity it doesn't change. But no sooner if we want to store 150, now what will happen? We can't go with this 10,000 rupee of the rent. Why? Because it's for 100 items. Then for sure, what we need to do, we have to expand our warehouse. So we had to ask from the landlord, can we have some extra space? If it is possible, he will say yes, but then they will say, or he will say, look, now your rent is 15,000. Okay, which means from 101 to 150, if we are going to store it, no change is 115,000. අපි මෙතෙන්ට වෙනකන් 100 ගාන 100 items වෙනකන් store කරා 10,000 ගාන. හරි. හැබැයි අපි 100 exceed කරපු ගමන් මොකද වෙන්නේ? අපේ rent එක වැඩි වෙනවා step up එකකින්. ඊට පස්සේ 150 වෙනකන් no problem පුතේ. අපිට 150 වෙනකන් මේක store කරන්න පුළුවන්. 150 වෙනකන් අපිට 15,000 ගානේ ගෙවලා store කරන්න පුළුවන්. No problem. හැබැයි 151ක් අපිට store කරන්න බෑ. එහෙනම් අපිට තවත් මේක expand කරගන්න වෙනවා. Okay, that we call step up. Okay, so can you explain English? Yeah, I'm do speak as explaining English also, and some small points I will do explaining Sinhala. But those who cannot understand Sinhala, don't worry for that. Whatever I'm telling in Sinhala, it's already explained in the English, right? So therefore, nothing to worry. Our majority we are going to discuss in English. Some small parts, so small words I will do explaining Sinhala as well, but not to worry. Okay, so right, so step up means that. So here also you see in this question, they say what? You have a step up cost. Look at the step up cost. Step up in fixed cost by 30,000 when the total number of hours exceeds 70,000 hours a month. We have a fixed cost, but this fixed cost will be increased by 30,000 if we exceed 7,000 hours a month. Okay, so the estimated number of hours to be spent by the maintenance department for March is 7,700. So now they are going to give us some budgeted information. They are planning to spend 7,700 hours in month of March. What they want to know, what is the total anticipated cost for the maintenance department for the month of March 2024. So they wanted us to calculate the budgeted cost for month of March. Here, what we need to do. Okay. So by just looking at this, you can see this total cost is not a fixed cost. If the fixed cost is there, even it is 6,800 or 7,400, it should be what, Pute? It should be same. Okay, if the cost is totally fixed cost, so even we work for 6,800 or 7,400, this cost should be same. So here the case is not that, which means this cost is not fixed. There are some variable aspects also. Further, this cost is not totally variable also. We can't say this is totally variable. Why? Because here they say we have some fixed cost part, which means this cost, we have both FC and what? Variable cost. Not UC, it should be variable cost. So then, how to take out variable cost and the fixed cost from this total cost? For this, we are using what? We are using high-low method. Okay, using high-low method, we are going to do this calculation. What do you mean by high-low method? High-low method is, we are taking 2 points of activities. Anyhow, we are having 2 only. So we have to pick those 2. You have to go and say, okay, I will write the equation here. Highest level of activity cost taker. You have to take the highest level of activity cost. Here in January, they have worked for 7,400, which February is less. So we have taken that. Minus lowest level of activity cost taker. We have to take. Okay. So we want to see the difference from highest to lowest. Then this is in rupees now. So here, what we're going to do, we are going to divide it by the relevant number of units. Here they are talking about hours. Relevant number of hours, we are going to divide it. It's 7,400 minus 6,800. Okay. So here what is happening? Here we are going to take the change of cost. Here we are going to take the change of number of hours. So which this equal variable cost per unit. This is also variable, vary in cost, vary in units. So when we divide it, we are getting the variable cost per unit. Okay. But here we have a small problem. What's the problem? Problem is here, if you look at the level of activities, we have a small concern with this small rule. Rule means the step up cost. In 6,800, this particular 30,000 is not there. Why? Their level of activity is less than 7,000. But here in 7,400, this 30,000 is included. Okay. Additional 30,000 is included in January. Why? Because their activity level is more than 70. Therefore, what we need to do, we have to remove that particular fixed cost, which is only applicable for 7,400. Because our basis should be same to do a calculation, to do a comparison. Therefore, what we need to do from 440,000, we are going to deduct. We are going to deduct what? 30,000 before we get the answer. Why we do so? Because the rationale is clear. In this 6,800, that particular 30,000 not available because it's less than 7,000. But in January it's there, so we remove it. Okay. So now you can simplify. 440 minus 30,000. One says 1, 410. Minus 380. Divide by what? 7,400 minus 6,800 kid. What is the difference? 600, ne? 600 units. I'm getting answers. Yeah, thank you, Puta. 600 units. So here you should make sure that you have the zeros, Puta. Zeros daga natta varadi nogalunta. Hi. Okay, get me the answer. 410 minus 380 is what? 30,000. Minus, sorry, not minus, divide by 600. What's your answer? What's the variable cost per unit? It's 50, correct. 50. Okay. So we have done one part. Are we done with the answer? No. Just one part. Okay. So we calculated the variable cost per unit as 50. So then we had to find, okay, what is the fixed cost component involved there? To calculate the fixed cost component, what shall we do? We are taking one equation. Let's take this one. Because if we take this one, we have to mindful with this 30,000. Because it's with the step up. We make a gamma. This is simple and this is less than 70,000. We don't 7,000. We don't have this step up. So we take this. So now what is it? We can calculate. Now we know the variable cost. I will develop an equation. TC, total cost, equal TVC, total variable cost, plus TFC, total fixed cost. Do I know TC? Yes, it's 380,000. TC kamandano. Total costing I know. Do I know TVC? I don't know TVC, but I can calculate. How? For one unit, I know 50. If so, what would be the variable cost for 6,800 units? So you can say, right now I don't know, but I can calculate it. 50 into 6,800. Do I know TFC? No, I don't know. What I'm going to find is that TFC I don't know TFC. This is T. Okay. So now you can simplify this answer, right? And get your TFC. What is your TFC? Total fixed cost. I have some answers. Total fixed cost is what? 40,000. Yeah, it's correct. 40,000 is my total fixed cost. Okay. So total fixed cost is 40,000. So now you see from this TC now, we have split what is FC part, what is variable cost part. Okay. Still we are not done the answer. What we had to do, now we had to calculate the cost for month of March. I will erase this section. I think you all are fine. Here we calculate the variable cost per unit. Like a calculation of final answer is here. And using that answer, we calculate the total fixed cost. Okay, I'm going to erase this section now. And then what I want to do is I want to calculate for month of March. So what's happening in month of March? They say, I want to calculate TC. I don't know TC. It's TFC. You know the equation now. TVC, let's start with TVC plus TFC TVC, I can calculate with it because I know the activity level 7,700 and I know the variable cost per unit. So 7,700 into 50. That is my total variable cost. Plus, now TFC, we have to be very mindful. Why? Because we have a small concern here. So our calculated TFC was what? 40,000. That's for the normal. That is for less than 77,000 units. We call it as 40,000. But here you see we are exceeding 7,000, which is 7,700. You just add this, you will be wrong. For this, what you need to do, you have to add your stepping up cost also, 30,000. Okay, I believe you can understand why we have add this one because it says it's a special reason, special what situation, which they say no sooner this department is exceeding 7,000 hours, their fixed cost will be step up by 30,000. Again, increase by again 30,000 වැඩි වෙනවා. 30,000 කියන එක නෙමෙයි. 40,000 we were paying 40,000 as the fixed cost up to 7,000 hours. No sooner it exceed, the cost will be increased by 30,000. අපි 40,000 ගෙවගව හිටියා fixed cost එකට. හැබැයි 7,000ක් පැය වැඩි වෙච්ච ගමන් මොකද වෙන්නේ? 7,000කට වඩා වැඩි වෙච්ච ගමන් පැය ගාන තව 30,000කින් fixed cost එක වැඩි වෙනවා. Now simplify and get the answer. What is the answer? Answer is answer A නෙමෙයිනේ. Yeah, it is 445,000. It's answer B. It's answer B. It's answer B. Correct answer is answer B. Okay. Correct answer is answer B. So if you have got this for 425, which means you have forgot to add this 30,000. What මේ 30,000 add කරන්න අමතක වෙලා. Okay. If, for example, assume that in the month of March, they are planned to have 6,500 hours, then we don't need to add this 30,000 extra because it's below 7,000. Okay. So it's all about this conditional given 70,000 above නම් 30000ක් වැඩිපුර එකතු කරන්න. Answer is B. Answer is B. Okay, so I think you all are okay with that. Okay, so next one, again we have a calculation. Section number 7. Homemade cake baker hired, this is labor cost. No, it's direct indirect. Still we are in the cost classification. We are still in the cost classification. Let's see what's happening here. Homemade cake bakers hired one skilled worker and one semi-skilled worker in a week. The hourly rate for the skilled worker is 1,200 rupees, and for the semi-skilled worker, it is 750 rupees per hour. So this payment is happening hourly. So each hour, the payment is given for the two workers. Any overtime hours worked will be paid at a 50% premium. So you know this concept overtime, right? Overtime, that means we work more hours. And they say this company or this business, they pay 50% premium. That means 50% extra. For a normal hour, they pay 1,200 for a skilled worker. If this same worker works for OT hour, what is the payment? Okay. If this worker is working in a normal hour, they pay 1,200. The same worker working for OT hour, yes, your answers are correct. Thank you. So they are paying 1,800. What is the premium? Extra, they are paying 600 rupees per day. Okay. So the premium or the extra amount is what? 600 rupees they are paying. Good. For the other person, semi-skilled worker, in a normal hour, they pay 750. If this worker working for an extra hour means overtime hour, yes, then we have to pay 1,125. That is simply what we have to calculate 50% extra. 1,200 for a normal hour. For that, we are adding what? 1,200 into 50%. තව අපි ගෙවනවා 1,200 භාගයකුත් තව ගෙවනවා. තව, right? තව means add percent. So it's 1,200 plus 1,200 again 50% means 600. Which is 1,800. Similarly, for the non-semi-skilled work also, you can do the same calculation. Okay. So that's about the basic information. So then they are going to give some specific information for us. During the week, each worker works 14 hours of overtime. In a particular week, each of these workers, කියන්නේ දෙන්නම වෙන වෙනම පැය 14 ගානේ වැඩ කරලා දෙනවා overtime hours. Each worker worked 14 hours overtime, of which only 8 hours were due to a specific customer-specific order. So what will happen here? They have done extra or overtime work for 14. From that, 8 hours is for specific job. That means, let's say this is about cake now. So suddenly a customer has placed the order today and asking the cake tomorrow. So then they have worked some extra hours, 8 hours each. That is for specific order, right? That is the key point here. Skilled workers are considered direct labor and semi-skilled workers are considered indirect labor. So this organization, they say, they look at or they consider skilled workers as direct workers. Riju. And semi-skilled worker, they consider it as indirect labor. So what we need to do now? What is the total indirect overtime cost for the week? Indirect overtime එක කීයද කියලා අහනවා week එකේ. What is the total indirect overtime of the week? Okay. So, normally what we do is, okay, so let's start with the semi-skilled worker. They say what their treatment. Semi-skilled workers are considered as indirect labor. So anyhow, it is indirect. Okay. Even though we pay 750 or even though we pay 1,125. Wait. Yeah, 1,125, even we pay, it's indirect. Then no problem. Anyhow, whatever the payment that we are going to do for this semi-skilled labor for this 14 hours, it's indirect. Why? Because organization is consider this worker's workload as indirect labor. No problem. Then calculate the overtime payment for this person, semi-skilled worker overtime payment. Semi-skilled worker ට අපි කීයක් ගෙවනවද මේ සතියේ overtime payment එක? We are paying 1,125 per hour, and this worker has worked for 14 hours. Yeah. So I'm getting the answer from the students. It's 15,750. Okay. So then decide whether this is direct or indirect. This is indirect because from the question they say it's indirect labor. Okay. So whichever the cost is incurred as 15,750, it's indirect. Okay. So let's see the answers. We have to do further. Okay. So we have that answer. අපිට answer එක තියෙනවා. බලමු whether this is correct. Okay. Okay. So then go for semi-skilled. No, skilled worker. Skilled worker, what has happened to skilled worker? Yeah. So skilled worker also work for 14 hours of overtime, of which 8 hours were due to specific customer. Putala here, you see, focus. So during the week, each worker worked 14 hours overtime. That is okay. Every worker has worked for 14 hours of overtime, of which only 8 hours were due to specific order. For not only the direct labor, skilled worker විතරක් නෙමෙයි, semi-skilled worker also has done work 8 hours for a specific order. Okay. So which means here now whatever we have calculated, we had to do a small amendment now. Why? Because so this semi-skilled worker also work for 14 hours, which 18 hours are specific order. Normally in cost accounting, what we do is, if overtime, even it's overtime, is for a specific customer order, we consider it as direct labor. I'm repeating, right? When we are doing overtime, okay, so what we consider as indirect. But if it is applicable for a specific customer order, like a විශේෂ අවස්ථාවක්, not the ongoing operations. නිකන් showroom එකක හදන එක නෙමෙයි මේ කියන්නේ. Specific customer order, So then we consider it as a direct cost. Okay, which means now we can't take this semi-skilled work all 14 as indirect. From these, 8 is direct pute because it's a special scenario given. Which means then 14 minus 8, that is 6. 6 hours only we can consider as what? We can consider as indirect labor. Okay, the keyword, as I mentioned earlier, it's customer specific order. Okay, which means now for the apply. Yeah, so you have sent, yeah, you have sent the correction. So yes, Dasuni, I think now you are okay. Yeah. So the keyword is what? Here the specific order. So that means we had to deduct 8 from the 40 for the semi-skilled work also, which means 6 into 1125. Okay. Why? The reason is it's because of the specific custom order. This is a special order, not a normal ongoing operations. Okay. So now get the answer, please, for the indirect. It's 6,750. 8 into, no, 6 into 1,125. Okay. So answer is there. We are halfway done. Apitama halfway kalatini. So by now you see, we got to know answer A is wrong because here we got the answer, but this is halfway. Apitama skill labor gonna evaluate. So this is wrong. C also wrong because this is for the earlier one. Okay. So then we have two answers, B and D. Let's see what is going to be correct. Okay, so first section done, semi-skill. Now go for skill worker. Skill worker, what happens? So skill worker also working for 14 hours, which 8 hours are due to a specific custom order. Again, that is 8 hours anyhow direct. Okay, direct. Then go for this 6 hours. Remaining 6 hours. Okay, remaining 6 hours. What will happen to the 6 hours? Okay. So I'm in the skill labor, SL. He has worked for 14 extra hours, which is eligible for the overtime. Okay. And I will remove this 8 because 8 hours will be direct. Anyhow, it's direct. It's direct labor. Why? Because it's because of the special order, which now we are left with 6 hours. Okay, so now we have to consider, okay, in these 6 hours, what we need to do. In these 6 hours, what we need to do. 6 hours, they are paying how much, Pita? Per hour, they are paying for these 6 hours, 1,800. Because we are in OT hours. Okay. And you know what? In this 1,800, we can split this as what? Inside this, we have the basic wage. Basic wage එකක් තියෙනවා. We have the basic wage. And we have the OT wage. Or OT rate, let me say. OT, that means premium. OT, another name for premium, because you know, whenever we say OT, that is what? That is a premium. Premium can we pay extra. Premium. Okay. So inside this 1,800, we have a basic wage and OT, which we call it as a premium. Honey. So, and in this nature, this SL, skill labor, nature the direct labor. Yeah, direct labor can. Okay. So then we have the problem, this 1,800 hours, this payment, 1,800 per hour, are we going to consider this total as direct? Because this is on a normal hour, make a OT hour. Or whether we are going to consider this as total indirect, or one part direct, one part indirect. So that's the question that we are getting. Okay. අපි මේ මුළු එකම direct කියලා ගන්නද මොකද මෙයා direct labor කෙනෙක්. direct කියලා ගන්නද නැත්නම් indirect කියලා ගන්නද මේ මුළු ඔක්කොම නැත්නම් half බෙදන්නද. Okay. So we can't take indirect. Everything we can't take indirect. Why? Because this person is coming from direct labor category. Then we have out of the three options, we have to deduct one, remove one. Okay. And we can't take everything as direct because why? I will take example. Me hitannago me 6 hours. Me 6 hours gonna hitannago. Okay. So let's assume that to do a cake, this skilled worker need 1 hour. Okay. Eka cake ekak hadanna, he needs 1 hour. So during these 6 hours, how many cakes he will complete? During these 6 hours, how many cakes he will complete? He will complete 6 cakes. Right? In a normal hour, in a normal rate, we will be paying 1,200 each. And 1,200 into 6 kid. 1,200 into 6, it's 7,200. Okay. In a normal hour, if the person has done these 6 cakes, we consider the direct cost as 7,200. But this is a special scenario. These 6 cakes, he has done in OT hours, which we paid what? Which we are going to pay each 1,800. The total cost is 10,800. Okay, right? So, in a normal hour, for 6 cakes, we will be paying 6 into 1,200. Okay. In OT hour, what will happen? For these 6 cakes, we are paying 1,800. Okay. So, I can see some students, they have seen the answer, which is correct. 1,200 into 6, 7,200. 1,800 into 6, 10,800. Okay. So now you see, same work, 6 cakes, 6 cakes. 6 hours also, but the difference is nature of this hour putte. Here the above one is in a normal hour, this is in OT hour. So how much we pay extra for this direct labor? අපි කීයක් වැඩිපුර ගෙවලාද මෙයාට? 3,600 we have paid extra for this labor. Okay. Okay. So we have paid 3,600 for this extra labor, which means we can call this as what? This is OT premium. This is OT premium, which we say OT premium is indirect labor. Indirect labor. Even though this worker is a direct worker, this OT premium, we consider it as indirect labor. Reason is, this is morning 6 hours, this is late night 6 hours. Tomorrow morning, you are the owner, you are going to put it to the showroom or the, what they call it, for the shop. So altogether you have 12 cakes. Okay. So you know, normally this person take 1 hour to do the cake and my labor cost is 1,200. When you have all 12 cakes in the showroom, can you pick one and say, can I say, for this cake I have paid 1,800? No, because you don't know which cakes he has done in extra OT hours. You want to directly link the product. I can link 1,200 because for sure I know I have to pay 1,200 and for one cake they are taking 1 hour. But this 3,600 altogether, I cannot link to these cakes, which we consider it as indirect labor. indirect labor, right? You see, so then what is the answer? This is indirect labor. And earlier we talked about the semi-skill, 1,125 into not 14, into 6. Why? Again, the 8 is for a specific order. Direct cost we consider because of that order only we incur this cost. We calculate, we put that cost to that customer and we cover that cost. Make a special order. These are to show, to present in the outlets. Right? So then answer is what? 3,600 plus. What is the answer earlier we got? 6,750. 6,750. This is for semi-skilled worker, semi-skilled worker, semi-skilled labor, semi-skilled labor. What is the answer now? Are you getting the answer? Do you have answer? $10,350. Yeah. So your indirect labor cost is what? Your indirect labor cost is 10,350. Okay. Here, what you have to do is in the study text also, if you go through labor cost, this is a combination of both labor cost and the clock cost classification, because they are talking about OT and the OT premiums and the direct indirect. Okay, we can combine two chapters together here, cost classification and the labor cost. I think this is in the labor cost category. So you can see a similar question like this. You can go and practice that one also in the study text. In that also, they have specified that if it is a special custom order, even the labor is indirect, we consider it as a direct cost and cover that cost from the particular customer. Then, for the direct laborers, what happened? The OT premium. So extra amount that we are paying, that is 600 OT premium. Normally, we consider it as an indirect cost in the normal scenario. Special order is direct. Okay. But in a normal scenario, OT premium of direct workers, we consider it as an indirect cost. The reason I explain you, because we will be not able to directly assign that cost to the cake. අපිට එකපාර 1700 ගන්න බෑ කේක් එකට. අපි දන්නේ නැහැ මොන කේක් එකද 1700 පැයේ කරේයා කියලා. Okay, so I think you all are okay with that as well. So our answer is this, answer B. Answer B, 10,350. What is the total indirect overtime cost for the week? Okay, so again, we have a question. It's about the labor cost. So I think so far you all are good. Yeah, we will do the next one. Yeah, the question asks total indirect overtime cost. They are not asking for the total indirect labor cost. Okay, only for overtime cost, what is the amount that they are incurred, not the labor cost. Labor cost the keyword here is overtime cost. Overtime if it is labor cost, then we have to take this extra hours, specific okay. Overtime semi-skilled laborers basic salary. Basic salary is the labor cost. Here they are specifically asking, Vishni, I think you are okay. They are basically asking overtime only, not the basic rates. Extra amount that they are paying, what was the amount during the week? How to get 6,750? 6,750 we got like this. Okay, here we got it. It is a semi-skilled worker, semi. OT hour we are paying 1,125. Okay, we are paying 1,125 per hour. OT hours, they have worked 14, but out of 14, 8 special order. Special. Which means we are left with 6 hours of OT in the general concept. Then 6 hours into 1,125 will be indirect overtime. Indirect overtime in a medical with 6 into 1,125. That's how you got 6,750. You know, 6,750. 6 hours into 1,125. Yes. Okay. Okay, so I think you all are okay with that. So now let's go to the next section. Okay. So here we are at the question number 8. This is again labor cost and it's again some bonus payment. Let's see. Why we are not consider the total overtime payment for semi-skilled worker. Okay. So here, Pute, so total, they are not asking total overtime payment. What they are asking, look at the question, indirect overtime cost. Okay. Because when it comes to customer specific code, it's going to be direct overtime. Indirect overtime cost. That's why we are not considering it as total overtime payment for semi-skilled workers. Semi-skilled workers like ඔක්කොම payment එක ගන්නේ නැහැ. Indirect යන ටික විතරයි ගන්න. Customer specific order එකේදී we are considered it as a direct. Okay, let's go for the question number 8 now. Employees work on a production line from 8 to 5 p.m. per day, and the basic rate rate of pay is 750 per production hour. Okay, so they are talking about an organization which they have to work from 8 to 5. And for each production hour, company is paying 750 rupees for each worker. 1 hour is allocated for lunchtime and evening tea. In between 8 to 5, we have to keep one hour away the lunch and the evening tea. The standard time to produce one unit is 5 minutes. මේ company එකේ එක product එකක් හදන්න විනාඩි 5ක් යනවා. And they have a bonus scheme. A bonus is earned when the employees exceed the expected daily production target. Okay. So the company is going to give a bonus if they are manufacturing more. Okay. If they are exceeding the expected daily production, they are going to give some extra payment, and it is calculated as 20% of the time saved. 20% of the time saved. They can, for example, think that පැය භාගයක් save කරා කියලා. Okay, you have saved half an hour. So which means they are going to pay you for 1 hour. ඒක double එක තමයි ගෙවන්නේ. Right? If you have saved 4 hours, actually you are save කරලා තියෙන්නේ 4යි. හැබැයි payment එක දෙනවා පැය 8කට. That is their rule or that is their policy. It is calculated as 20% of the total time saved at a basic rate of 750 per hour. එක පැයකට 750 ගානේ. Whatever the number of hours you have saved, they will double it and pay for your amount in 750 per hour. Okay, right? So now, what is the bonus earned when one employee produces 150 units in a day? Okay, so you need to calculate the bonus that a particular employee is earning if he is producing 150 units. Okay, so first of all, how many hours, how many production hours per day? Tell me. As for this calculation, how many production hours per day? They have to work from 8 to 5 and make sure they have 1 hour to keep away. Why? Because they have to have for lunch and tea. It's 8 hours, right? Total, when you count from 8 to 5, it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total comes as what? Total comes as 9 hours. We had to keep 1 hour away. So which means it's correct. It's 8 hours. They have 8 hours of production. Okay. So now tell me, how many units is our expectation as the manager? So you are the manager. From this worker during these 8 hours, how many units you expect? They say for 1 unit, they need 5 minutes. Yeah, so answer is correct, 96. Why? Have you got it? Okay. So you have 8 hours. And I want to multiply this by, I want to multiply this by 60 because the other information is in minutes. So it's easy for me to convert the same thing in the same, everything to the same base. So what I'm going to do, I have production hours of 8, which I'm going to multiply it by 60. Then I can see how many minutes I do have. So all the minutes then I'll be divided by 5 because for each item I consume 5 minutes. So which means now it's this and 96. This is the expectation. Okay. From during a day from one worker, we are going to, okay. We are going to expect from one worker 96 units. Okay. So how many units this person has done? 150 units. Expectation is 96. Actually, he has done 150 units. Is he eligible for the bonus? Meta bonus එකක් දෙමුද? Yes? Hmm? Can we give him a bonus? Yes, ne? Because he has done some extra. How many units extra? 54. He has done 54 units extra. Okay, that means basically he has saved time to produce, the time of production of 54 units. If we just stop it like this 96, this 54 will be starting from tomorrow. But basically he have saved time to produce 54 units within the day. Okay, now calculate me how many minutes he has saved basically then. 54 units means what? 54 into 5. Unit එකක් හදාන්න අපිට 5 minutes යනවා පුතේ. 54 into 5 කීයද? 270 minutes this person has saved. 270 minutes have saved. So now, let's pay the bonus. 270 minutes into 20%. That means we want to double this one. We are going to pay as a double. Originally, I save කරලා තියෙනවා 270ක් විනාඩි. හැබැයි payment එක දෙන්නේ මේක double කරලා, which means the payment is eligible for 540 minutes. Understood? 540 minutes. Then payment is in hour. Payment is in hour rate 750. Now we have minutes. Payment is in parity. What shall we do? We can convert this to hours. How? Divide by 60. And now you can calculate how many hours he has, how many eligible hours he is having for the bonus. Is it 9 hours? Yeah. 9 hours. Okay. Now pay. For 9 hours, you are going to pay 750 each. 9 hours into 750. 9 into 750. What is the answer? It's 6,750. Answer is B. 6,750 is his bonus. Okay. So here possibly this would be changed. The base, how they are paying the bonus, sometimes it will say half. Even though we have saved 270, they will say we are going to pay for half. 135 minutes payment. The policy would be different. Okay. So basically what you need to do is, first of all, you have to go and see how many units are expected. In a normal day, what's our expectation? And actually what he has done. If there's any extra, which means he's eligible for an OT, and calculate how many extra units he has done. And then units you have to convert to time because we are paying the payments based on the time. Units are given. Then convert to time and apply the relevant policy. This may be 300, this may be 75%, whatever. Apply it and do the calculation. Okay, so here the answer is B. So let me underline answer B. Bonus is 6,750. Okay, so basically now we are gradually coming. So we have covered the classification of cost, and we covered this labor cost. So now we are coming to where we are coming to overheads. Okay, overheads we have discussed. Actually, it's all about the indirect, and we are going to discuss here overhead absorption rate, OAR. OAR. Okay, please read the correction. Yeah, in the chat box, we have another option. Yes, because that is also correct. Here, what you have done is Vishwi. So you have converted the save time to the hours and you have doubled the pay. That is also correct. Okay. So 20 plus 200% of the payment. So it's say 1,500. In this way also you can get the answer. Okay, so what's it? A manufacturing organization recovers overheads on machine hours. Okay, this organization calculates their overheads based on the machine hours. Budgeted overhead for the period were 55 million. they have planned to have 55 million as the budgeted overhead, and actual machine hours were 250,400. This is for a, especially they have not given whether it is a year or a month. So they have just given period. Okay. So in the particular period, actually the organization used 250,400 machine hours. Overheads were underabsorbed by 1 million. So you see, you have given some extracts actually. Information. They have given you the budgeted overheads. Okay. And then what is the requirement? Let's see. Calculate the budgeted overhead absorption rate per machine hour to the nearest whole number if actual overheads were 58,91,200. What you need to do, you need to calculate the OAR, overhead absorption rate. Okay. So then normally you may have studied OAR. We calculate how budgeted overheads divided by budgeted level of activity. But unfortunately here we can't put that information because why? We have the budgeted overheads, but we don't have budgeted machine hours. They have given us the actual machine hours. So we can't do that. Okay. They have given us the actual machine hours and the under over absorption given put there. So from here we can do something. We can't go with our traditional equation. No information available. So therefore we had to find a different way of finding the answer. So here you have this under over absorption, and also they have given you the actual overheads. Okay, so what do you mean by under over absorption? Under over absorption means we are going to compare absorbed overhead against the actual. Okay, so let's have a small write up here. Okay, so we are going to compare this under over absorption. Mamita circle karanna. It's what? It's a comparison of actual overhead and absorbed overhead. Okay. So actual overheads they have given for the. After actual overheads they absorbed overheads they have not given, but you see they have given a connected link here. What is it? They say under absorption is 1 million. Again, basically the difference between absorbed to actual is 1 million. That's what here it says. Plus or minus. It has to be understood by this word under absorption. Okay. Under absorption means what? Whatever we have absorbed is less. Under means that. Actual is higher, which our absorbed overhead is less. Okay. That means what? What is our absorbed overhead today? Our actual says 58, 0, 91, 200. The difference is 1 million. We have less with 1 million. Under means that. Okay. So we are getting some answers. Yeah. Okay. It's Thalinda is correct. So our absorbed overhead is what? We have to deduct 1 million from the actual. It's 57, 0, 91, 200. This is our absorbed overhead. What we need to find? We need to calculate the OAR. Hi. So then, are we done with the answer? No. So now, how to get OAR from this piece of information? overhead absorption, how to calculate? කොහොමද අපි overhead absorption rate එක calculate? Not rate, sorry. Absorbed overhead. How to calculate absorbed overhead පුතේ? It says OAR. මේක තමයි අපිට ඕන එක. අපි දන්නේ නැහැ තාම. Into actual activity level. Actual activity. මේක ඉදිරිය නම නාද? Machine hours නේ. අපි මේක ඉදිරියම ලියමු. So we know the level of activity නේ. Let's say it's actual machine hours. Let me say MH. Machine hours. So out of these three variables, absorbed overhead, OAR, and the actual machine hours, I know two. Absorbed overhead I have calculated, and actual machine hours is given. What is it? 250,400. So unknown factor is what? It's OAR. What we need as our answer. So then what you can do? You can take this absorbed overhead and divide by 250,400. Then you can get your OAR. What is the answer? Answer is 228. Now, පුතේ දසුනි absorbed overhead should not be 59 million. It says what? Under absorption. Under absorption කියන්නේ whatever we have absorbed is less compared to the actual. Right? So actually so in this example, actually we have income 58 million, but we have absorbed 57, which means underabsorbed. Overabsorbed එකක් නම් තමයි 59 එන්නේ. අපි හැම වෙලේම හිතගෙන බලන්න ඕනේ absorbed එකකින් ඉඳලා. We have to stand here and look at what happened. We have less absorbed compared to the actual. That means under. If this is 59, we have higher absorbed. This is over. That is over. Okay. Likewise. Okay. So then answers. Yes, I'm getting the answers. Thank you very much for your active participation. So it's 228 per machine hour. Let me write it. 57,091,200 divide by 250,400. Okay. So now you see, just when you are studying, to calculate OAR, it's all about budgeted overheads divided by budgeted level of activity. I can do that. Plus skip right? So this is a different angle, a different approach to calculate the OAR. Can you explain again? Yeah, I will do it again for you all. Okay, so here our focus, again I'm repeating the same question. So here our focus is what? Our focus is to get the OAR. So basically OAR, the calculation is what? OAR is equal to budgeted overheads, BOH, let me say, divided by budgeted level of activity. This is our equation. So keeping that in your mind, so we are reading the question. The organization recovers overheads based on the machine hour, activity level of machine hours. Budgeted overheads for the period is 55 million. මෙතන දීලා තියෙනවා 55 million කියලා budgeted overhead එක. 55 million. Okay. Actual machine hours were 250,400. So we don't need actual machine hours. What we need is budgeted machine hours. Right now, what they have given is the actual. Further, they say overheads were underabsorbed by 1 million. Okay. පොදු කාර්ය පිළිවෙල අපි absorb කරලා තියෙන්නේ 1000ක් නෙමෙයි 1 million අඩුවෙන් කියලා කියනවා. So now I'm like a blank because why they need to calculate the overhead absorption, but they are talking some other information, not giving the budgeted level of activity. then what shall we do? So then we had to go for a back calculation and get our answers, right? So here you see they have given us the actual overheads. Can we divide actual overheads by actual machine hours and get the OER? No, we can't. That is also not possible. So then we had to think of another part. So then they are talking about the actual overheads and the under absorption of 1 million per day. Okay. So then you should know the relationship between actual overheads and the under over absorption. Okay. The relationship between actual overhead and the under over absorption is what? We can say something like this. Absorbed overhead. ඔන්න තව අලුත් නමක් එනවා. අපිට budgeted overheads මෙතන තියෙනවා. Actual overheads මෙතන තියෙනවා. So we are coming up with a new term now. Absorbed overhead. Okay. Plus or minus. Under absorption equal actual overheads. ඔන්න අපි පොඩි relationship එකක් හැදුවා. Okay. Absorption equal plus minus correcting under or absorption is based on the whether it is under or over. So we can get the actual overheads. Okay. So right now we have actual overheads. They have given us actual overheads. It's 58 million. Let me just stop with the first two digits. 58 million. And then they say what? They say under absorption of 1 million. Under absorption කියන්නේ පුතේ මොකක්ද? අපි අඩුවෙන් තමා absorb කරලා තියෙන්නේ. Okay, which means our absorption rate should be less than 1 million to actual, which we say it's 57. That means basically what we have done, we have add the under absorption of 1 million here. Under absorption එක එකතු කරලා අපි match කරලා තියෙනවා actual overhead equal 1 million equal 58. Okay, so now our focus is about this 57 because why? You know, to get the absorption overhead, we have a small equation that is what? That is OAR into actual machine hours. අපිට මෙතන basically වෙන machine hours නේ. Actual machine hours. So we are reaching the answer now. Let me say machine hours MH. Why? So we want to know OAR. Still we don't know. But we know actual machine hours. It's given. And we know absorbed overhead. Then what shall we do? Basically, 57 million point this amount. Or else 57,091,200. We are going to divide by this one. Which you can get the answer as this. That is your OAR. Kavindya, yes, Pute, you can get this session. Okay, this session will be uploaded. Literally, you can go through. Okay. So that is how we got the answer. The correct answer is B, 228 per machine hour. This is a tricky question. Make a tricky question. Just OAR calculation දැනගෙන මදි අපිට relationships ඔක්කොම දැනගන්න ඕන. OAR එකක් කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? Budgeted overheads means what? Absorption overheads means what? And the actual overheads means what? Those three are different things. Okay, so we have done with that as well. And we can move to the next question. We are at question number 10. Select the correct statement regarding integrated accounting. Integrated accounting is again, you have a chapter where it's all about talking about these WIP accounts, right? And what else? They're talking about these purchasing account. That means the raw materials. Then they are going to transfer that to the work in progress account. From the work in progress account, they are going to transfer it to the finished goods, right? From the finished goods, they are going to sell it, right? So that kind of information we discuss in the integrated accounting, right? So they need you to select the correct statement regarding integrated accounting. Let's go and read the correct answers. The purpose of integrated accounting is to reduce the workload of financial accountant. Okay, no, that is not to reduce the workload. It's to what? It's to create the transparency. Okay, because financial accountant perform the financial income statement, which from the integrated accounting also we can perform the same thing. So its transparency is given. The increase in the WIP, so WIP means work in progress, where the production is going on, will result in the debit entry in the WIP control account, while in reductions in the WIP is shown as the credit side of the account. Okay. Yeah. So here you have it. You have one answer there. So when we have increased the WIP, we have to recognize as a debit entry. And when we have decreased the WIP, we can recognize as a credit entry. Okay. So it seems like correct because when we say WIP, as I told you, this is work in progress. Okay. Where the production is happening. When you introduce raw material, we debit it. Okay. And when we convert that to a finished good and transfer it, we credit it to the WIP account and debit to the finished good account. So far this seems like correct. Let's see. There's no space to occur under row absorption under the integrated accounting system. No, it's wrong, right? So there are instances where we can have under row absorption also, which we have a separate account to collect all these under row absorption. So this is for, therefore, C is wrong. D. Integrated accounting system uses exactly the double entry principle. Okay, so we use some double entries, but not exact double entry principle as the financial accounting rules and regulations, right? Api podi double entries use karana. Okay, we are not writing the double entry. Just we say we record in the debit side, we record in the credit side, we shown it. Okay, likewise we are telling, but we do not follow exactly the double entry principle as the financial accounting, which means the correct answer is B. Whenever we have something increase in the WIP, we record in the debit side, and when it is decreasing, we record in the credit side. Okay, but the question number 10, answer is 10. Answer is B. Okay, answer is B. That is about the integrated accounting. Okay, so we are moving to the next one. Okay, so you have job costing. Okay, so job costing is there. You know about job costing. It's all about some specific orders that we do as organization, right? Designing a cake, your birthday cake would be a job cost, right? If I am having a bakery, which I'm taking the birthday cakes, so each cake that I'm getting is a different job because your requirement would be different to some other requirement. Okay, සමහර කෙනෙක් මගෙන් chocolate cake එකක් කියලා යන්න පුළුවන්, සමහර කෙනෙක් vanilla cake, butter cake එකක්. So I do then 2 jobs, right? So that is we call job costing, and here you have given some information to 2 jobs. 2 jobs දීලා තියෙනවා. A firm uses job costing and recovers overheads on labor hours. Okay, so they use job costing and they say they have some overheads. At overheads තියෙනවා. ඒවා අපි ගන්නෙ කොහොමද? Based on labor hours. So earlier you see in the previous question, overheads they considered it as based on the machine hours. This organization they take based on the labor hours, right? It can be different, no worries. 2 jobs were worked on during the period, the detail of which are as follows. Okay, so now they have given some details. Job 1, job 2. Opening work in progress is here. That means they have just started during the period. Okay, මේ කියන කාලච්ඡේදය තමයි මේ ජොබ්ස් දෙකම පටන් ගන්න තියෙන්නේ. කලින් පටන් අරගෙන ඉවර කරගන්න බැරි වෙච්ච එකක් නෙමෙයි මේ තියෙන්නේ. හරි. ජොබ්ස් දෙකම අලුත් The overhead for the period were exactly as budgeted, rupees 150,000. So this time, Putala, we don't have under or absorption. Budgeted actual budgeted වගේමයි. The overheads for the period were exactly as budgeted. අපි හිතුවා 1,50,000ක overhead cost එක එයි කියලා. Yes. So we got it as it is. So our actual overhead also 150. Okay. Job 2 was the only incomplete job. Job 1 we were able to complete during the period, but job 2 we were not able to complete, which means this going to the next period also as a opening work in progress. Okay, this period we consider it as in this period closing work in progress. For the next period it goes as a opening work in progress. So job 2 what is the value of closing work in progress of job 2? Job 2 එකේ මේ වෙනකන් දාලා තියෙන cost එක කීයද? Simply that. Value of closing work in progress is that. Okay? So you have material for the period, labor for the period is there. Okay? It's straightforward. You can add these two. But you see, not only these two cost involvement is there, they also have some overheads. Overheads, they say what? Based on the labor hours. But you look at the question, you cannot see any labor hour information given. Question එක labor hours ගැන කියලා නැහැ. But you have labor cost. Ne? Since labor hours are direct පුතේ, okay, direct cost එකක් නේ, and it's a pure variable cost. So we can do what? We can say, instead of labor hours, we can do labor cost. See, because it's variable cost. Labor hours වලට base කරා, labor cost එකට base කරා. So it's get the same answer. Why? Because this more or less labor hours, combination of labor hours would create the labor cost. So what shall we do? So then we had to think of, okay, we had to calculate a small OAR. මෙතන පොඩි OAR එකක් calculate කරන්න තියෙනවා අපිට. So it's what we are taking the overhead cost. They say it's 150. This is budgeted and the actual also same. And what is the base that we are going to deduct this one? We divide this one for pay. It's labor cost for the period. It's not just 30,000 plus 45,000. Okay, 30,000 plus 45,000 is 75,000. 150 divided by 75 means 2 rupees. 2 per what? Labor hour can be bad. Our base is not labor hour. We converted that to labor cost. 2 per labor unit. එක රුපියලක් අපි labor එක incur කරොත්, if we incur 1 rupee of labor, we are going to incur what? Labor unit. 2 units of overhead cost. Simply that. Okay, simply that. So we have these two costs for the material and labor. And then you have to add this cost also, 2 per labor unit. For job 2, they have 45 rupees of labor cost, which you have to multiply by 2 and get your overhead cost. What is the overhead cost? Can I have some answers? Overhead cost එක කීයද? Yeah, it's 90,000. So now you can add all together and you can calculate your work in progress, closing work in progress for the job 2. What is the answer? Closing work in progress for the job 2. 56,500, 45,000 and 90,000. It's 191,500. Answer is C. Answer is C. Okay. So here what we have done, we have calculated the OAR, but not based on the origin base. but we have converted to a available information with matching with the origin base, right? So you can't go and say, we don't have labor hours, let me take it for material. No, you can't. Okay, we don't have labor hours, but we have some interconnected information with the labor hour, that is labor cost. So answer is C. I think you all are okay with that, with the answer. Okay, so when we have opening work in progress value, so we can add that. Okay, so here if we have, let's say we have 10,000 value here given. So that means this job is continuing from last month. This month also we have we were continuing and we were not able to do it. We are transferring to the next month also. So then at that particular opening clause, opening work in progress also. How that 90,000 came? So it's here. Here we calculated a small OVR based on the labor cost and we got 2 per labor unit. Okay, 2 per labor unit. That means if you are incurring 1 rupee for labor, you have to incur 2 rupees for overhead cost. So they are incurring 45 for labor cost, which means twice of that is your overhead cost, 90,000. Then altogether, these three total would be 191,500. That is your value of closing work in progress. Okay. I think Niyas and Sashini, you both okay. Okay. So then we are moving further. We are in section number 12. It's about contract cost. The cost of any subcontracted work is, okay? So in the curriculum, you have some contract cost and here it's talk about some subcontract. That means we have undertaken a contract and we have given it to some other organization. Simply that subcontract means that. Okay, so they're asking cost of that subcontract. If we have given some work, for example, let's say I got an order from Europe country to have some jerseys, let me say. I'm an apparel industry organization. So I got 1,000 jerseys to be done during a month. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give 300 as a subcontract order to a subcontractor. Sometimes maybe I may not have capacity to do all 1,000. I'll be giving some subcontract there. Okay. So then they're asking, in that given scenario, the cost of that subcontract, what should we do? What should we do is how we consider. The cost of any subcontracted work is a direct expense of the contract and it is debited to the contract account. Direct cost account. Okay, let's see. And indirect expenses of the contract and it is debited to the contract account. So here the difference is first one they consider it as a direct, second one it considered as an indirect. Third one, the direct expense of the contract account and debited to the client account. Client account. Okay. An indirect expense to the contract and debited to the client account. So here what they have done, basically you have to have, two different things are there. Either it is direct, indirect, or it is to debited to contract account or client account. Okay. So subcontract is a direct expense put there. Okay, because it's directly we are going to give some items to subcontract. It's a direct expense. And so actually what we are going to debit to the contract client account is at the end. Okay, after we have done our finished goods, we are going to debit to the client account. Until that, what we had to do, we had to collect all the cost in the contract account. Okay, so therefore, the answer for the question number 12 is A. Earlier one, we didn't mark the answer. That is 191,500. Previous one, yes, we have marked it. So here the answer is A, which we consider it as is a direct expense. Even the subcontract we consider it as a direct expense, and we debited to the contract account. After completing all the expenses as happen in the contract account, then we transfer to the client account. Question number 12, answer is A. Question number 13. A loss which arises in manufacturing activity on account of inherent nature of production is. So this comes with the process costing, right? So you know process costing is all about transferring output from one process to another process. In that we have some concepts called, concepts related to losses. And this loss is talking about what? Inherent nature. Here, as far as I see, this is the keyword. Inherent nature. That means we will be not able to avoid it. And even we use high technology, even we use high skilled laborers, this loss cannot be removed. Yeah, so answer is correct. Answer is A. Inherent nature losses, we call it as a normal loss. Something like that. Okay, so we are not going to surprise to see that from the beginning, we know even we introduce 1,000 units, for sure we will be getting 900 because why? We have a inherent loss of 100. හැමදාහකටම 100ක් loss වෙන එක සාමාන්‍ය දෙයක්. Inherent. The keyword is that. That is normal loss. Okay, abnormal loss කියන්නේ it's something surprise. We expect to have 100 losses, but actually we loss in 150. Okay, that is abnormal. Net loss, gross loss, you know, it's basically comes from the financial accounting words. Okay, so for the 13th question, the answer is A, normal loss. Okay, so then you have a process account to be performed. Let's see. SaaS organization is a manufacturing company, produces product DF using 2 consecutive processes. The organization is producing a product using 2 processes, and you have given some information related to process 1 in the month of January. Okay, process එකක් කියන එක ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා. We have to have input, then we have to process it, and then we have output. Okay, in the process accounting specialties, මේ වගේ processes කීපයක ගිහලා තමයි මේ product එකක් එන්නේ. So here they have given you the information for process 1, and you see they are introduced 1,000 kg of material costing to 1.2 million, direct labor 800,000, direct expenses as 500,000, and production overheads 651. Okay, so you have that information. These are all about cost information. And here the specialties they are given in the process accounting. Quantity this is for 1,000 kgs. Let's see. Normal loss is estimated to be 10% of the output. Another name for normal loss is now you know inherent loss. Even though we introduce 1,000, they say the managers know we will be not getting 1,000, only we will be getting what put they make it with the we will be getting 900 as the output. Okay, so that's our output. 900 as the output. Then what happens? 900. Okay, so let's see. The loss can be solved for scrap. This is another term that comes in the process costing. Some losses are there which we can sell and get some amount of money. Have a loss එක අපිට cover කරන්න බෑ. Loss එක අපිට අඩු කරගන්න පුළුවන්. Right? So scrap this, what they say, this scrap, they can sell this loss for scrap for 460 per each kilogram. That actual output is 850 kg. Are you see now? So what is the situation? The situation is a abnormal loss. Why? Because we introduced 1000, okay. But we know we will be getting 900. We are okay with that, which we call it as normal loss. 100 normal loss. But actually we have got 850 as actual, which further 50 is loss, which we call it as a abnormal loss. Make abnormal loss. Okay, so in this scenario, that is in this given information, those are the things that we can study. Let's see what is the what we need to do. What is the value of output of the process? So now you need to calculate the value of output. Value of output. Okay, so can we calculate and get me some answers while I'm calculating? When I answers ටිකක් ගමුවද බලන්න. Okay. So what's happening here? So here basically what we need to do is we have an equation when you are doing, okay, we are getting answers. Thank you very much. So we have an equation. Check whether you are familiar with this. Cost of input. We have cost of input. Let me say IP. Okay. Will be divided by expected output. Okay. This is the equation. Make a basic equation which we are using in the process accounting when we do this costing. And this cost of input, further what we have to do, we have to deduct. Deduct what? Scrap income. Scrap income from normal loss. Normal loss එකෙන් අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන scrap income එක අඩු කරන්න ඕන. Scrap income, normal loss. So this is the equation. We have cost of input. Maintain cost of input. You can take it here. Scrap income from normal loss. So here earlier we discussed we are supposed to have 100 of normal loss units. Units kilograms. Ne? Kilograms CR capital. මොකද වෙන්නේ? Kilogram 100ක් අපේ normal loss. ඒතර අපිට ඒක විකුණා ගන්න පුළුවන්. Okay. Then expected output එක, not the actual. Actual නෙමෙයි. We are taking expected. What's our expected? අපි 1000 kilogram introduce කරනවා and we are thinking that 100 will be normal loss. So expected output is 900 today. Can you get me the total of input? මෙතනදී total එක කියන්න මට ඉක්මනට. And මම අඩු කරනවා 460 into 100 scrap income from normal loss. It's what? 46,000. 46,000. Total cost එක එන්නේ කීයද? 1.2 million plus 800,000 plus 500,000 plus 651. Kiran. Is it, yeah, we have some answers. 3 3,151,000. Okay. So 3,151,000 minus 46,000 මොකද අපිට scrap account එකෙන් එන value එක අඩු කරන්න ඕන 46,000 and then you can divide it by 900 your expected output, then your answer comes as 3,450. මේ මොකද 3,450 කියන්නේ 3,450 means the cost of one output. Cost of one output. So how many units we have as the output here? 850, which means now 3,450 can be multiplied by 850. 3,450 multiplied by 850. What is the answer? 2,332,500. Yes. Good, right? You all are getting the answer. Thank you very much. I didn't get this 1,951,000 කියන මොකද පුතේ තරිඳු? I didn't get it, but the others okay. Total එක වෙනවා 3,151,000. And the final answer is what? Final answer here is answer B, 2,932,500 තමයි value of output. Output එකේ value එක වෙන්නේ ඒක. Okay, so for the question, for this question, the answer is B. I think you all are okay with that. Let me erase these workings. How to get the scrap income? That is 460, 460 per kilogram. So we are expecting to have a normal loss of 100 පුතේ. 1000 instead 10ක් කියන්නේ 100 නේ. 100 into 460 is your, sorry, this is into, right? Not plus. Plus නෙමෙයි. 100 into 460 is your scrap income. That is 46,000. Is there a way to calculate without the equation in logical way? Even though we are going to apply the logical, anyhow, that means we are going to use the same equation, because why? If I explain this in a logical way, what will happen is this, okay? So logically what happens? So for this production, we have incurred this much of cost, 3,151,000 basically. But from this cost, we are planning to earn this 46,000. Okay? So we know in advance, before this happens, there will be 100 normal loss, and we can sell it and earn 46,000. Okay, so which means from this 3,151,000 rupees, we are covering 46,000 from scrap. Then our worry is what? The balance we have to share it among our expected units. That's all. Rationally, at the end, it's the same equation. Okay, we are incurring a cost of 3,151,000. From that, we can cover 46 from the scrap. The balance we had to assign to our production to cover our cost. That's the logical calculation. How to get the cost of input? Input is this pute. May total එක මෙතන තියෙන. This total 1.2 million plus 800,000 plus 500,000 plus 651 is your total cost of input. Basically, මේ කියන්නේ මේ කිලෝග්‍රෑම් 1000 හදන්න අපිට process එකේ යන්න මේ cost එක ඕන. අපිට labor ඕන, අපිට expenses ඕන, අපිට overhead ඕන. ඒකට තමයි මේ production එක වෙන්නේ. Okay, that's how we got 3,151,000 as the total cost of IP. I mean, IP means IP the monkey, yeah, input. Input. IP means input. Okay. So answer is this, ne? Answer is B. ගොඩක් ඒවට answer එක B ආවනේ අපිට. Answer is B. Okay. So then we have another process account. Read the question. Chemical processes manufacturer Chem PLC uses two processes, mixing and distillation. So they have two processes. Okay. The following process account is related to the distillation process of the period. So you have given a process account and it's for the second process. Okay, so look at the, first of all, we'll study the process account here. Process account we'll study. So here you have the process account. In your left hand side, you have inputs. You have material, we have labor. And next column is talks about the units. Units the so they have introduced 1,500 units. And the total cost of this input is what? 35,700. This is the input side. Then go for the other side. Other side you have your output. Output has been split into two, finished goods and closing WIP. Finished goods finished goods it's 100% complete. You can make a ready to sell, something like that. In material and in labor, make a 100% ivarai. Closing work in progress. What do you mean by closing? We have started the work, but we have not able to complete it during the period. We have some left work to be done to make it as a complete. So what shall we do for this? In next month, we have to start with this work and continue it, right? Rather than say start, we have to say continue. Whatever we have left last month, what should we do? Next month, we have to continue it and complete it. And so now the two question marks are available for you. They have given you the two question marks. The value of the finished good and the value of WIP. Okay, so our task is to find what? The value of the finished good. Find the answer for the first question mark is our task. So we need more information now. Basic information are there, so we know 1,000. So you see the account also, then account it's balancing, right? So we introduced 1,500. Okay, out of that 1,000 we completed and 500 remain. Totaling to 1,500. For this process, totally we incurred 35,700, which at the end of this calculation, our answer, these two question marks addition should equal to this 35,700. Okay. So then we need to know some more information about this closing WIP because this is a problem maker. If it is completed all 1,500, no issue at all. So we could take this 35,500, just divide by 1,005 and get the value. Our life is easy. But here we can't do so because why? This is in two stages. Because stages දෙකක තියෙන්නේ. එකක් සම්පූර්ණයෙන් ඉවරයි, අනිත් එක බාර කරගෙන යන ගමන් තියෙන්නේ. Okay, so something like this. For example, let's say undergraduate in a university. A student who has completed all 4 years, it's completed now. Finished good deka. And a student in the second year, it's like a close WIP. Okay, the capacities, the way we have to treat for these two different undergraduates are now different. Why? Because their levels are different now. Can I get the same paper for both of the students? No. Semester exam එක paper එකක් දෙනවා නම් මම එදිනටම එකම paper දෙන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑ. I had to treat them in two different ways. Why? Because their levels of completions are different. So here also we had to do the same thing. we have to see now, okay, in closing WIP, what's the status? Okay. Production manager has provided the following information. During the month, production line was able to complete 1000 units and WIP units are 500. That already we know from the account, we saw that. 1000ක් ඉවරටම ඉවර කරා 500ක් පටන් ගත්තා හැබැයි තාම ඉවර කරගන්න බැරි වුණා. Okay. The completion level of 500 WIP යන දැන් ඔන්න WIP ගැන අපිට කියනවා. Completion level is 100% complete in material but 60% in labor and overheads. Now you see. Okay. So this is what here they have done 100%. They have done 100% in material. But they were not able to complete labor and overhead 60. They were able to complete only 60. එහෙම වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එක අයිටමයක් 100%ක්ම සම්පූර්ණ වෙලා අනිත් එක භාගයට සම්පූර්ණ වෙන්න පුළුවන්. පුළුවන්. හිතන්නකෝ for example garment factory එකක අපි ඉන්න production line එක. We are in a production line. So in material wise, let's say okay, we have introduced all the material requirement. What fabric, buttons, then this, let's say a t-shirt logo. So we have introduced all the material, but එක labor කෙනෙක් අද නැහැ. අද machine operator කෙනෙක් නැහැ. Even though all the material requirement is there, it's 100% fully completed. Fabric dila තියෙනවා 100, buttons dila තියෙනවා 200, logos 100 dila තියෙනවා ඔක්කොම dila තියෙනවා. හැබැයි අද machine operator කෙනෙක් නැති හින්දා අපිට මේක ඉවර කරගන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ. You see, material can complete in 100%, but labor and overheads, it's live production. Live production එක. Okay, so it is halfway done. So now let's say, what is the value of finished good? In this scenario, so I'm getting some answers also. Thank you very much. We have a concept. I think you have heard it. When we have this work in progress, we have a concept called equivalent units. Equivalent units. Okay. So what do you mean by equivalent units? It says like notional complete units. Okay. So how we are going to calculate the equivalent units is very easy. Number of units into level of completion. Level of completion. Level of completion. So here let's go one by one and calculate the equivalent units. So I'm getting the answers also. Thank you very much for your answers. That's it. So let's calculate the equivalent units for this one. Material. Material, it's 100% done in both finished good and the work in progress. It's 100% done. That means 1500. The total units level of completion is 100%. So what's my equivalent units? Is same again, 1500. This is my equivalent units for material, mat. What will happen to labor, Pute? What will happen to labor? Labor, I have a problem. I can't just do in one line. I had to go with 2 lines because labor, 2 different levels. Labor, what happened? I'll be taking here. First one, 1000 ivarai. First is finished good, and it's 1000. The completion level is 100%. No problem, it's given. Answer is what? 1000. Then second level of labor is what? they have 500, which they have completed for 60%. What is the equivalent units here? Is it 300? Yeah. What is the total equivalent units now? 1,300. This is for labor. Okay. So for material, you have 1,500 equivalent units. For labor, you have 1,300 equivalent units. The second step is what we have to calculate the cost per equivalent unit. Now calculate the cost per equivalent unit. Here, for the material, they have incurred 24,000. 24 for 1,500 equivalent units. Calculate the cost per equivalent unit. 24,000 divided by 15, it's what? 16. 16. Here, this is total. 1,300. They have equivalent units of 1,300 and cost is 11,700. What is the cost per equivalent unit? 9. Okay, so now we have done the basic work. After the finished good again, right? We need to have the finished. Okay. So now you have calculated the equivalent unit for material per unit and the equivalent cost per labor per equivalent unit of labor. 9. Right. So now what we have to do is we have to simplify it and get the work done. Okay. So we are focusing about the finished goods now. Finished goods now. I'm here. Material. How many equivalent units I have on finished good? 1,000. What's my cost? Per equivalent unit? 16. Plus labor. Because to complete this work with it, I want both material and labor, right? Labor, how many equivalent units I have for the labor? Finish again 1,000. Into 9. What's your answer? It's 16,000 here. Here it's 9,000. Answer is what? Is it 25,000? Yes. This is your value of finished good. This is your value of finished good. What we have done, the first thing we have calculated the equivalent units. How to get that number of units into level of completion. For the different inputs, we have to take the different equivalent units, so material and labor. Then we have to calculate the cost per equivalent unit and multiply it and get the answer. Answer is C. The value of finished good is 25,000. Then what is the value of WIP? Either you can say 35,700 minus 25 ගන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්තම් කොහමද ගන්නෙ? Material බලන්න මේ answer කෙනාද කියලා. I'm taking for the WIP. I have 500 equivalent units for material into 16. Then labor, how many equivalent units I have with it? 300 into 9. Are you getting the answer? 500 into 16 is 8,000. 300 into 9 is 2,700. Total is 10,700. 10,700 plus 25,000 is 35,007. Okay, so you have some questions, eh? Okay, so they mentioned that 500 fully complete. Fully complete kila. Rifna? No, they have not mentioned that 500 is fully complete. They say they have started to do 500, but they were not able to complete it. WIP means that. If it is fully complete, we had to go and mention it in the finished good. Okay. So here I'm explaining again this calculation. So here what happens? Closing WIP is here as 500, which means basically they have started work but not able to complete the work. When we do something like this, we have a concept called equivalent units. Apadi concept equivalent units here. Okay. So when we have these incomplete items, we convert this to equivalent units. What is the equation for that? The equation says number of units. It can be kilograms. So here what is units? It can be kilograms, whatever. Right? Quantity. Number of units. Okay. Into level of completion. Level of completion. That means what? That means the percentage that you have worked. Completed. Let me say complete. Okay. So now let's go and see in each category, finished good and the closing WIP, what is the level of completions and number of units in terms of material and labor. This is very important. Why? Because these are the two main inputs we have put there. Material, labor and overheads. This is all about talking about the completion level put there. In terms of material, in terms of labor, how much we were able to complete. So this is a link we have. Okay. So let's start with the material. Okay. So in the material, how many units we have? It's 1,500. Even its material, even its labor and overheads. So we have to work with 1,500. Okay. So then we'll go with 1,500 and look at this side. We have a split here. But even though we have a split here, they say what? In terms of material, they have completed 100%. මෙතන මේ තියෙන 1000ත් මෙතන මේ තියෙන 500ත් in terms of material, they have completed. Then we can take the total as 1,500 because the level of completion is same. Material wise, I can combine. But in my fourth year students are there. I can get them together. Ne? මෙයා 100ක් ඉවර කළා ඉන්නේ material. මෙයා 100ක් ඉවර කළා ඉන්නේ material. Material විතරයි, right? So 1,500. Completion level is 100%. So what is the equivalent units? It's 1,500. Mage equivalent units kiyadawe 1,500. That is for material. So I'm go for a different color. I'm put different color here. For labor. Labor is the problem person. Why? So in labor, again we had to work for 1,500. So now I'm going this side and see what has happened. In labor, they have two different status put there. Look at the status data. Finished good, they say it's 100% complete. Finished good, labor. But WIP, what they say, even though you have started with 500, you completed only 60%. So now you see, I have two different levels of students. Now I cannot cater them together. I can't combine them together. I have to go with two different lines. Lines make a line. But here we can't do in one line. We have to go with two lines. Number one line says what? Its number of units is 1000. Completion level like 100%. Answer is 1000. අර තව layer එකක් තියෙනවා. Level 2 එකට යනවා. They say a number of units 500. What is the level of completion පුතේ? 60%. නේ? 60%. My answer says 300. Now you get the total. Total is 1,300. Okay, this is your total. 1,300. Okay, so from this two information, what you need to do now, you need to calculate the cost per equivalent unit. That means this is for material, red color is material. So they have incurred 24,000 as the material cost. So which means, so then you need to calculate, okay, for one item, what is the cost? It's basically, 24 divided by 1,500. Answer we calculated as 16. Here what happens? They say we have incurred a cost of 11,700 for labor, and we have calculated the equivalent is 1,300. So now the cost per equivalent unit is 9 for labor. Okay. So then what we need to do, we have to express in the statement, calculate. So our requirement is finished goods value requirement. So now you see material. Thousand units තියෙනවා. Equivalent units 1000 තියෙනවා. And each material, they say the cost is 16 per equivalent unit. You can get it. And that is for material. Then that other one is for labor. Labor again, finish good එක කීයද පුතේ තියෙන්නේ? 1000. Into 9. Here we have 16. Here we have 9,000. And total says, this is 18. No, this is 16, sorry. Total says what? 25,000. Answer is B. Okay. I think now you allow okay. Now you allow okay with that. Answer is B. What is the value of finished good to the nearest rupee? It's 25,000. 25,000. That is question number 15. Okay, so I think you all are okay with that. Now let's go for the next one. Joint production cost should be allocated. Okay, so in this chapter, you have to study about the job costing, process costing, then byproduct, and the joint production. Okay, so in that, I have picked one question from this area. Joint production cost. Okay, joint production cost. So if you go to your textbook, if you go to the figure 10.1, you can see it talks about how to get this, how to allocate the cost of the joint product. Okay, so based on the selling price, no, we are not going to do that in based on selling price, not to the byproduct even. Okay, on the basis of cost after separation. So this is little bit okay. It's like a joint products means we have some separation points, but further it is explained in the fourth one. on the authoritatively selected and consistently applied basis. Okay, so the correct answer for this is D, which joint production cost should be allocated in the consistently applied basis. Okay, so please refer 10.1 figure. In that you can see that. So let's mark the section here. It says this one. D is the answer. The joint production cost should be allocated in an authoritatively selected and consistently applied basis. Joint production. So you may go to the chapter. So you may have some calculations also. So some possible calculations are also there, which will be tested. So please go and do some calculations here also. Here I think I have not mentioned any calculations. Okay, so then we are going to the 17th question. So again we have a okay, some calculations. This is all about absorption costing and marginal costing. Yeah. Okay. What is the answer for question number 15? That is 25,000. Answer is C. Madam, can you explain a question which includes opening WIP? Okay. At last, I will explain you a question with the opening WIP as well. Okay. So please remind me at last. The following information was extracted from the budget of the manufacturing company for the month of January 2024. Okay, so here you have given some information about the company income. Yeah, there are some income information. Production is there 30,000 units. Fixed production overheads are 13.5 million. Sales are 26,000 units. Fixed selling expenses are 3 million. Budgeted production level is 30,000 units a month. The profit for the period of January 2024 based on the absorption costing system has been computed as 8.2 million. What is the profit for the month of January 2024 based on marginal costing? Are you seeing now? Okay. So basically to do this calculation, you should have the knowledge about the absorption costing and marginal costing. The main difference between absorption costing and the marginal costing is, okay, so they consider, in the absorption costing, they consider production, non-production classification. Production, non-production. In marginal, what they do is they consider it as variable and the fixed. Okay. So in that, if I pick this one, fixed production overhead is 13.5 million. Okay. This makes the different. Why? Because in absorption costing, this cost, fixed production overhead cost, is considered as a production cost. Okay, from the name itself, you can see in absorption, they consider this as a production cost, PC. Absorption. But in marginal, what happened? They consider this as a fixed cost. Why? Because this is fixed production overheads. So, whenever a cost being calculated to production cost put there, we have the probability, we have the chance, or it's available. What? It's moving through opening, closing, inventory. Opening, closing, inventory. Why? Because it's a production cost. Production cost opening, closing, inventory. Okay. But fixed cost, when we consider this as a fixed cost, what will happen? This is a period cost. This is a period cost. This is a period cost. Okay. So now what happened? If it is a period cost, what we do put there in the particular period, this is for 1 month, we deduct it. In the absorption, in the marginal costing, what we do is we deduct this 13.5 million as it is as a period cost. That is the treatment that we do in the marginal. But in absorption, what will happen for there? Since this is we consider as a production cost, this is moving through opening closing inventories. Okay, so that means here when you look at, you see in this month, they have produced 30,000. Okay, inside this 30,000 production cost, this 13.5 is there. Production cost then they say they sell only 26,000, which means they have a closing inventory of 4,000. 4,000. 13,000, sorry, 13.5. They're going to consider cost as the absorption. No problem. Purchase production cost. But later on, what they do, they are deducting some amount from this 13.5 million. Why? Because closing inventory is opening plus purchases minus closing inventory. Whatever cost involvement in the closing inventory, they are going to deduct it. So now what happened? As marginal, they consider 13.5 million as a cost. Okay. Up to this point, it's okay. Same. But then no sooner they saw there's a closing inventory, a particular amount going to be deducted, which in the marginal, they do not do that. Okay. So then what happened here? Then we had to find, okay, what should be this amount that need to be deducted? It's something 4,000 into something. Hey, closing inventory අපි දන්නවා. It's 4,000. 30,000ක් හදනවා. 26,000 විකුණන්නේ. එහෙනම් closing inventory is very clear, 4,000. So then we have the problem, okay, 4,000 into what? We have to deduct here in terms of production, fixed production overheads. For that, you have to calculate a small overhead. Here you see, they say fixed production overhead is 13.5 million, and this is a budgeted figure, and this is your budgeted activity level. Budgeted production level is 30,000 units in a month. So from this, you can calculate a small OAR. Calculate me the OAR, please. Calculate me the OAR. Fixed production overhead per unit. $13.5 million. And we have a budgeted production of 30,000. It's 450. Yeah, so it's 450. That means for each unit they are producing, they consider 450 as fixed production overhead. So 400 into 450 amount, they are going to deduct from closing inventory. Closing inventory. What is the value? Is it 1.8 million? Is it 1.8 million? 1.8 or 180,000? 1.8, ne? Shika? Yeah, it should be 1.8 million. So now what happened with the 1.8 million difference is there in terms of profit and absorption costing and marginal costing. Absorption එකේ සහ marginal costing එකේ 1.8 million වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. Why? You know the rationale now, right? Because why? In marginal, they consider it as a fixed cost period cost and deduct everything as 13.5. Absorption එකේ 13.5 introduce කරනවා. හැබැයි later on they deduct it as a closing inventory. So they are deducting 1,800. Then මට කියන්න, now you tell me, in this scenario, which profit is high? Absorption or marginal? මේ scenario එකේ විදිහට කාගේ profit එකද වැඩි? Absorption ගේ වැඩි. ඇයි? You introduce here 13.5 but you are reducing, deducting 1.8. Closing inventory ගේ දැන් cost of sales ලියන්න මේ cost of sales නියා. So cost of sales ගන්න මොකද වෙන්නේ? When you have higher closing inventory, your cost is less and your profits are high. So at this moment, your absorption profit is high by 1.8 million. So then they have given you the profit with it. Absorption cost in a profit 8.2 million. We need to know what? Marginal cost in profit. 8.2 million minus 1.8 million. ඒක තමා marginal cost in එකේ profit එක වෙන්නේ. What's the answer? 6.4 million? Yeah, 6.4 million. So here this is important, right? Fixed production overhead is the reason to have the difference between these costing system, and you have to see what is the amount that they are deducting and apply that to the given profit and get the answer 6.4. What is the answer? Answer B. 6.4 million. Answer B. 6.4 million. So since you are getting MCQs පුතේ, so profit statement එකක් හදාගෙන එකක් නැහැ බොහෝ දුරට. මේ වගේ පොඩි extracts ටිකක් දීලා profit එක අහයි. Okay? So make sure that you are okay with it. So answer is 6.4 million. Okay, so take 2 minutes and go through this one. It's again some, what is absorption costing. You need to calculate profit or loss in the period 3. තුන්වෙනි කාලච්ඡේදයේ ලාභය හෝ අලාභය හොයන්න තියෙන්නේ. Okay, so there's an organization who do some chairs and sell for 5,000 each. Production proceeds evenly throughout the year in 4 periods, but most sales take place in period 4. The schedule for the firms the schedule of the firm's production and the sales pattern is as follows. Okay, so even through the year they do the production. If you go through the 4 quarters, you can see that every quarter they do 500 units of production, but they say sales are more demanding at end of the period. You can see at the beginning of the years they have some less sales, and towards the end you have big sales. Okay, so here you see you have during the year you are producing 2,000 chairs, which your sales also same. At the end of the period you will be selling 1,589. Yeah, so your sales and production are same at the end of the period. Period එක එන්ඩකදී sales production සමාන වෙනවා, හැබැයි in between it's not equal. The variable cost of manufacturing is 2,500 per unit. එක chair එකක් හදන්න. Variable manufacturing. From the name itself, you can understand with the increase of the chairs, this cost is increasing. Fixed overhead are rupees 2 million per annum. Fixed overhead එක 2 million per annum. So for the entire year, the fixed cost is 2 million. There's no any other cost of production. So our life is easy. We have only 2 production costs: manufacturing, variable manufacturing, and the fixed overhead. Assume actual fixed cost is equal to budget and the production proceeds according to the above schedule. So whatever we have estimated as fixed production overhead is same as the actual. We don't have any under absorption. We don't have any variances. Then they're asking, what is the profit or loss earned in period 3 under absorption costing method? So here, Pute, you see, you had to do the absorption costing method. I told you in the absorption costing method, all the classification goes like production, non-production. And method we have 2 costs. Okay, so it's 2,500 manufacturing variable cost, and the fixed cost for the annum is 2 million. There's no any other production cost. Cost. Okay, so here also small thing is there. Fixed overhead, you know, right? It can be production, non-production, both. There's no any other cost of production here. Obviously, this is a production cost, right? So we have 2 production costs, and we had to do the calculation. So you know, as the earlier one, here the total value is given. Here also you can see the total value is given, Pute, which we need to calculate a small OAR and assign this to the product. Okay, so basically what happens now, 2 million per year. So I'll be taking the units to 2 million. Sorry, I will take in the rupees 2 million. And this is happened through the year, which means in the year I'm producing 2,000 units. In the year I'm producing 2,000 units, which means per each unit, I'm incurring rupees 1,000 as what with it, 1,000 as my fixed overhead. එකක් හදන්න මට 1,000 යනවා. So you see fixed overhead. So now no problem here. Whatever we budgeted is same. Fixed overhead is equal to budget. We don't have under absorption. If we don't have under absorption, it's same. So now you can see my production cost per unit kiyada. එක එකකයක් හදන්න මගේ නිෂ්පාදන පිරිවැය කීයද? 2,500 plus 1,000. That is 3,500. Are you all okay with that? එක එකකයක් හදන්න මට 3,500ක් යනවා. හරි. So We are in period 3. They wanted us to calculate what? Profit or loss for period 3. හරි බලමු period 3 එකේ මොකද වෙන්නේ කියලා. Sales කීයද? 300. We sell each item for 500 rupees. 5,000. So get me the sales value. මගේ sales value එක කීයද? 300 into 5,000. Kya sales value එක? Okay, it's 1.5 million. Okay. So then I had to get the cost of sales. I had to get the cost of sales to calculate the profit or loss. So how to get the cost of sales? It's like opening plus purchases or production minus closing. Okay. Let me see whether I have an opening. I have an opening value. Then we have a production. We have to have production. And then the closing. What do you think? Do we have opening? Do we have opening? Yes. Because why? This is a continuation. We not just how to get 1.5 million. It's 5 million. It's put the sales 3,300. You can't see the screen neither. Here, sales for the period is 300 and each unit they sell for 5,000. Sales got 300 into 5,000. Okay. So then we have opening. Why? Because opening this is a continuation. Starting from period 1, you see, we do production of 5, we sell 1. We have a closing of 4, which comes opening to here. The 4 plus 5, 9. 9 again, see 900, we sell 100, which means we have 800 units of opening inventory. See that you all are good with that? In first quarter, we produce 500, we sell 100. We have left with 400. Okay, we have left with 400. The 400 500 produce karano. Altogether we have 900. 900 minus 100, then 800. So 800 is our opening inventory for my third quarter, which 800 into 3,500. Right? Okay. So get the value. 800 into 3,500. I will do this in thousands, right? I'm going thousands selling. If not, it's a lot of zeros are there. So my sales are 1,500. So what's my opening inventory? Opening value? 800 into 3,500. Can I have some answers? No answers? 2,800. Thank you. Plus production. Production is 500 into 3,500. Production is 1,750. Minus closing inventory. What's my closing inventory now? Altogether, how much I have now? I started with 800 units. I produced further 500. Altogether, I have 1,003. And I sell 3,300, which means my closing inventory is what put it? I have 1,000 units. Units closing inventory with years. So what's the value now? 1,000 into 3,500 is 3,500 minus So this is my cost of sales. Here is cost of sale. 2,800 plus 1,750 minus 3,500. Cost of sales says, thank you, Shashika, it's 1,050. I have sales here, then I have cost of sales, and what is it? My sales are higher, ne? I have a profit of 450, ne? Yeah, I have a profit of 450. Answer is A. How to get the production? Production එක ගත්ත පුතේ අපි 500ක් produce කරනවා 3500 ගානේ. 3,500 ආවේ here variable cost of manufacturing කියලා තියෙනවා මෙතන 2,500. 2,500 is there as the variable manufacturing, and here they say for the year it's 2 million. So we have calculated small OVR. 2 million යන්නේ කොච්චරද units වලට කියලා 2000යි produce කරන. අද 2 million divided by 2000 is 1000. දෙක එකතුව තමයි අපි ගත්ත 3,500. මේ මොකද්ද මේ මම කියන්න. PC production cost per unit. Opening inventory ගත්තේ කොහොමද? Opening inventory ගත්තේ quarter 1 එකේ ඉඳන් පටන් ගත්තා අපි. So 500 produce කරනවා 100ක් විකුණන්නේ. So we are left with 400 units. ඊට පස්සේ further we do 500 ඉතින් altogether අපි ගාව දෙන අතර කීයක්ද? 900 units. කලින් මාසේ කලින් quarter එකේ 400යි මේ quarter එකේ 500යි altogether we have 900. We sell 100. Then we are left with 800 units. At the starting of quarter 3, අපේ store එකේ තියෙනවා item chairs නෙමෙයි chairs 800. chair එකකට 3,500 ගානයි බැලුවා. chairs 800ට ගාන කියන එක 2,800යි. What is the closing unit? Closing unit 1,000. Oh, 1,000 units convert to rupee value, right? Income statement එකේ අපිට units වලින් දාන්න බැහැනේ. So 1,000 is the closing units, correct? At the end of the period 3, convert that to cost is 3,000. මම මේ 1,000 වලින් විතරයි ගාන හදලා තියෙන්නේ පුතේ. 1,000 into 3,500. එකෙන් cost of sales අරගෙන profit එක තියෙනවා අපිට 450. In question number 17, how get the rupees 450? 450? 450 is again the OAR පුතේ. අපි OAR එකක් ගත්තද මෙතන? 13.5 million divided by 30,000 is the 450. දෙදහ ගත්තේ කොහොමද? දෙදහ ගත්තේ මෙහෙම. මේ here. So total production here, every time when they have given some information, but we had to match with the base. The method can 2 million per annum. Annum means year. Okay, so here also they have divided this production for quarters, which means they have 4 quarters, 1 year, that means, and altogether they have 2,000 units of production. එහෙනම් තමයි 2000 ගත්තේ. 500 මෙයාලා අවුරුද්දට 2000ක් chairs හදනවා. ඒතර අවුරුද්දෙම overhead cost එක 2 million. So that's how we basis should be same. අපි මෙතන 2000 2 million නම් අපිට මෙතන 500 කරන්න බෑ. This is for year and our base should be also for a year. Okay? So answer is, then answer මොකක්ද අපේ උනේ පුතේ? 1. Answer is 1. Answer is A, 450,000 profit. Yes, thank you. Okay, other question. So then we have some variances. Neither. Yeah. Yeah. So variances, right? So variances means what? Variance. Cost of sale is 1,550 dare. No, we got 1,050 pute. Here, what we got opening, let me draw it again. Okay. So I'm calculating the cost of sales. Opening, we got 2.8 million. Okay. Then production we got 1.75 million. Opening plus production minus closing. Closing is what? It's 3.5 million. It's minus. Okay. So then what happens? 2.8 plus 1.75 minus 3.5. It's 1.05 million. අපිට sales ආවේ කීයද? 1.5 million. 1.5 million. So now you deduct 1.5 minus 1.05. Then answer is 0.45 million. මිලියන දශම 45 කියන්නේ 4,50,000. Answer is B. Answer is A. Answer is A. Okay, cost of sales is not 1,550. It's 1.05 million. Yeah, okay, okay, that's it. Okay. So then we are moving to the next one. Yeah, so this is about the variances. What do you mean by variances? Now the variances can. Variances means, right? So we are planning before something happens, and then we compare with the actuals and we see whether there's a difference. Basically that. Okay. So for example, you may plan for your let's say you are planning your results for BL6. So still you have not done the exams, you are planning. So after the exam, you are getting the result. So that is the actual result. So for example, you are planning to get 90. Okay, you are planning to get 90. But at the exam, you got 70. You are passed. It's fine, right? So, but what happens? So now you have a variance. I was planned to have 90 marks, but I have got 70. Right? So the comparison that we do, we call it as variance analysis. In costing also we do that with the variance analysis. We are planning, we look at the actuals, and then we compare and see whether this change is good or bad. If the difference is good, we say it as favorable. Okay, for example, let's say a company example. Okay, so we plan to have a material cost 1,000 rupees. අපි plan කර 1,000 material cost එක. But actually, our cost of material is 900. So it's good, right? There's 100 rupees difference, but it is favorable. Hey, then we can increase our profits. Other way around, we plan to have 1,000 cost of material, but actually we ended up with 1,200. We have variance of 200 and it's adverse, not good. අපි 1000කට කරන්න ගිය වැඩේ අපි 1200ක් එකට වියදම් කරලා. Okay, so simply that. So then here, okay, then here, you have given some information. This is about table manufacturing company, and they use 2 type of wood for the table, and they are normally their plan, their estimation is for each table they use wood A 1.5 meters. එක මීටර එකක් ඒගොල්ලෝ ගානේ 3000 ගන්න. Material wood B they use 0.5 meters. Each material they purchase 5,000 per meter. Okay, so that is the basic information. And you also have given some direct labor. Each table, they are planning to consume 90 minutes. Table Saha, they are planning to pay 2,500 per hour. You see the rate bases are different. You have to be mindful. Then they are going to give you the actual date. This is their plan. The plan. Okay, so this is their plan in green color. Now let's see what's their actuals. The material utilization for the month of January was as follows. The actual purchase cost of wood A was 14.4 million. Wood A kata egollo වියදම් කරලා තියෙනවා 14.4 million for 4,200 meters. Wood A. For wood B, 8 million. 4,600 meters. To complete 3,000 tables. මේගොල්ලෝ පුතේ කීයක් complete කළාද 3,000 tables complete කරලා, and they have given you the rupee value and the quantity නේ. ඇත්තම rupee value එකයි ඇත්තම quantity එක දීලා දෙනවා. මේ 3,000 හදන්න these tables to manufacture these 3,000 tables. They have given you the actual cost and the quantity they have consumed. Okay. What is the material usage variance for wood A? So even though they have given some information for B, right now we don't need, we need to look at the wood A. Hi, okay. So now you see 3,000 tables. That is the actual data we have, right? So then what happens here? Our actual production, actual production is 3,000. What we need to do is we have to find the usage variance. Can I have some answers while I'm discussing this? Yeah. Okay. So to do 3,000 chairs, no, sorry, tables. So we have to look at what's our actuals and what's our estimated. For this, normally what we do is we have something like this. A shortcut. You can use any method because here we don't have any specific method. So I'm going to explain you an average method that everyone could understand. You're going to look some relationships, okay? So it's like this, SQ into SR, SP. And this is material SP. Okay. Then what we have AQ, SP. Then we have the last combination, we call it as AQ, AP. Okay, so now the letters can. Thank you, Dasani, for your answer. Standard quantity, standard price. Actual quantity, standard price. Actual quantity, actual price. Okay, so here you see two variables are constants. Constant, SP, standard price. Here we are going to look at what put the quantity change. කොච්චර meters වලින් මේක වෙනස වෙලා තියෙනවද? Standard quantity compare with actual quantity, which we call it as usage. මොකද අපි quantity එක තමයි use කරන්නේ. Usage. Okay. Usage. Look at these two. AQ common. SP AP tama different. This is we call price variance. What we want usage variance. Okay, so now let's go and see. To do 3,000 chairs as per our plan, how many meters we need putte? 3,000 කරන්න අපිට meters කීයක් වුණාද? To do one, it says 1.5 million, which means to do 3,000, we need 4,500. So we can say we need, sorry. Okay. We need 4,500. SP, standard price. Standard price per meter was 3,000. Am I correct? 3,000, yes. Standard price is 3,000. It's in the question. Standard values question එකේ තියෙනවා. Okay, so this is our plan. අපි 4,500ක් meters use කරන්න හිතුවා 3,000 ගන්න. Actual quantity. What is our actual quantity පුතේ? Actual quantity given here. For the month of January, they have purchased actually 4,200 meters. Standard rate එක standard price එක 3,000ම තමයි. So now what is it? දැන් මොකද්ද මේ වෙන්නේ? Right? So as for the plan, if we are to go, we were supposed to spend 4,500 meters, but actually we have spent only 4,200, which is good. අපි හොඳයිනේ. 4,500 meters views කරන හිටපෙක අපි 4,000 වැඩේ කරලා. So which means we have a favorable variance of what? Take the difference. 4,500 into minus, so the difference of 4,200 is 300. 300 into 3,000 is your material or wood a usage variance. Answer is 900,000 favorable. 900,000 favorable. Okay, what we have done, we have developed a small equation here and we assign the values. Standard quantity, standard price. Actual quantity, standard price. Actual quantity, actual price. අපිට ඕන උනේ usage එක විතරයි. Therefore, we stopped from here. Okay. Okay, so I think answer is okay. It's 900,000 favorable. Have you got it? Difference is 300. 300 into standard price 3,900 favorable. Yes, you can have this paper. Okay, after the discussion, this will be uploaded to the portal. Yeah, you can get this paper and the discussion. Yeah, okay, so that's about it. That is question number what? That is section number 19. So we are moving to the next section. Let's mark the answer. In previous one, did we mark the answer? No, right? So we got 450 profit. Yeah. Okay, so here there's another section which comes with the variances. So you have given some summary. Let's see. A company uses standard marginal costing last month. When all sales were at the standard selling price, the standard contribution from actual sales were 50,000 rupees. Okay. So they were using the standard marginal costing. Marginal costing can go than consider variable and the fixed cost. And they have calculated their standard contribution to the actual sales 50,000. And the following variances are also, they have given some variances also. They have a material variance of 4,000 adverse, labor variance of 1,400 favorable, sales volume contribution variance of 2,000. They need to know what is the actual contribution to the last month. Standard means budget. Budgeted contribution is given for you, which they need to know the actual contribution. Here, what you need to understand is, it talks about standard contribution from the actual sales. Okay, standard contribution from the actual sales. Standard contribution from the actual sale. Okay, which means here also you have the sales volume contribution variance. Sales volume is all about the quantity, right? So then already that particular item is included here because why? It says actual sales. Actual sales sales volume contribution variance which means we have to focus only about these two. Okay, this is anyhow there. Okay, which means so now net the value here. We have 4,000 adverse, 1,500 favorable. Net value is 2,500 adverse. Okay, 2,500 adverse. This is cost. Anyhow, adverse means what? Adverse means not good. So we have adverse of 2,500. That means we are not good by 2,500. Even though we have planned for 50,000 of profit contribution, our actual contribution will be less by 2,500, which my answer is B, 47,500. Yeah, so Dasani, thank you. Put the answer is correct. It's B. Okay. So standard contribution from the actual sales. If it is a standard contribution only, that means it's purely budgeted. We can quantity standard. Then of course we have to take the contribution variance also according to the given calculations. But here it says actual sales, which we are not considering these two, and get the net effect. Net effect is 2,500 adverse. Adverse means it's deduction, not good. So profit will be reduced by 2,500, which my answer is 47,500. Okay, so that's about question number 20. We are moving to question number 21. Okay. So then we are coming with the budgets now. Variances is all about budgets, right? So here what they are going to give you, this is a theory question. Which of the following best describe the principal budget factor? Principal budget factor. Have you heard about principal budget factor? Okay. When we are preparing the budgets, first of all, we have to consider with the principal budget factor. That means what is the resource that we are limited with? Okay. What is the resource that we are limited with? We have to set that first. We have to identify that first. Based on that only, we can cater our requirements. Okay. So be simply that. Let's see. Which of the following best describe the principal budget factor? Factor that affects all budget centers. It's okay. It affect but they say best described, right? There might be some other factors also which affect the budget centers. Human resource would affect the budget centers. Let's see. A factor that is controllable by a budget center manager. This is subjective. Some principal budget factors are there we can control. If it is internal, for example, to see that if we say, okay, we are a manufacturing organization, which we need sales demand, to meet the sales demand, we need 1000 kgs. Kilogram 1000 kona, particular demand fulfill karan. Okay. But we can see maximum amount of kgs that we can have is 800. Can we cater 1000? Then can we cater that demand? No. අපි demand එක cater කරන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඇයි? 1000 ඕන kgs වලට අපිට තියෙන්නේ 800. So then we consider this as a principal budget factor. But this is something that manager can control. එයා බලනවා. කිලෝතව 200ක් ඕන. So then he will connect to or contact a new supplier sometimes. Or else he will connect to a competitor and get some raw material that we need. There might be some options. Okay. So therefore, a factor that controlled by budget center, it's okay, but not always. Demand එකක් වගේ. We have 2000 kgs. අපි ගාව දෙනවා 2000 kilogram. අපේ අපිට ඕන demand එක fulfill කරන්න 1000යි. Are you going to do the production for all 2000 kg? No. කරාගෙන වැඩක් නැහැ. මොකද අපේ demand එක තියෙන්නේ 1000කට විතරයි. So there are some instances where we will be not able to control. So this is halfway correct. නේ? මේකත් ටිකක් හරි. A factor that limits the activities of an organization. ඒකත් චුට්ටක් හරි. ඔක්කොම හරි වගේ නේ? A factor that the management accountant builds into all budgets. Okay, so actually this is, this answer, the all four answers will explain in some aspects of principal budget factor. Pori aspects explain karam. Okay, but when we commonly say a principal budget factor, which comes to our mind is it's all about limit the activity. Okay, අපේ හැකියාවන් පොඩ්ඩක් limit කරගෙන තමයි අපි principal budget factor එකක් කියන්නේ. Okay, so therefore we say this as a straightforward explanation as a factor that limits the activities of an organization. Other 3 points also in different angles they contribute, but not the best described one. Okay, a factor that management accountant builds into all budgets එකක් චුට්ටක් හරි මොකද දැන් පටන් ගන්න principal budget factor එකකින්. But it doesn't give the best explanation about principal budget factor. Answer for question number 21 is C. 21 is C. Okay, so again we have some productions. Let's see, budgets. A company produce, there's a manufacturing company. The company is preparing budget for the quarter ending 31st March 2024. You're going to budget hadanadu. The estimated sales for the upcoming quarter is 25,000 units and other forecasted data are as follows. You're going to get quarter sales you're going to plan. They are planning for 25 units of sales items. Okay. Then they are going to sell it each item for 300 units, 300 rupees. And they also have opening stock and a closing stock. Opening stock, they have already have it. They are having it. Closing stock right now they don't have, but they are planning to have it. At the end of quarter, they say we need to keep 750 units as our closing stock. What is the budgeted production units for the quarter ending 31st March 2024? So you see, Pute, here what happens, they say they have a demand of 25,000 units. That means they have to supply it, ne? 25,000 units supply karan on. So then what they are asking, what is the budgeted production? Supply in the sense we have to produce it because we are in the manufacturing organization. If the demand is 25, Why can't we go and produce 25? Why they are asking a calculation? Calculation is asking why? Because we have to fulfill some requirements here. Assume that you are saying, okay, demand is 25, let me go and do 25. Then what will happen to your closing stock? Closing stock again. Your closing stock will be ended as 400. අපි ගාව 400 තියෙනවා already අපි ඒක consider කරන්නේ නැතුව අපි 25000 කරලා 25000 විකුණනවා. Then at the end of the period also my closing stock is 400 units. Did I meet this requirement? No. Then while we are meeting this requirement, we had to meet this sales demand also. So what should we do? Very simple. We have a sales demand of 25,000. Okay. Then we have opening stock. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි 25000 produce කරන දැන් හිතාගෙන we are planning to produce. But your storekeeper say, look, you have 400 in the store. So චුට්ටක් මං happy. I have 400, which means I don't need to produce that. I deduct that. I supposed to produce 25,000, but storekeeper say, look, you have 400. So I will not produce 400 then because I can take it from the store. But your production manager say, look, management has decided to keep a closing inventory at the end of the period 750. So now what will happen? If I'm going to take this entire 400, so my closing stock will be what? 0. So I can't keep it 0, which I have to plus it by 750 now. This is your production. I will explain again. I supposed to produce 25, but storekeeper say you have 400. I can enjoy that, but I can't pull up. Hey, there's a small restriction which I have to keep 750 at the stores. So which means I will consume this 400, but I will extra produce this amount to keep this as a closing event. What is the amount? 25,000 minus 400 plus 750. 25,350. 25,350. Check whether you have the answer. Check whether you have the answer. Yes, 25,350. Answer is C. Answer C. 25,350. Answer is C. Okay, so likewise you have another question. අර වගේම full flow එක යන්නේ. Just read it and see. We are in question number 23. Okay, so what's it? So again, you have a manufacturing organization which they produce product. The company is preparing the budgets for the quarter ending to 31st March 2024. According to the prepared production budget, the company needs to produce 25,300 units to meet the upcoming core demand. Okay. So now you see, demand meet karanna, they have to produce 25,300. Okay. So we are okay with that. Then, and the estimated direct material requirement of 1 unit of RC is 3 kg. එක unit එකක් හදන්න අපිට RC product එකේ, to do one product of RC, we need to have 3 kgs. Then what they are saying, calculate or what is the budgeted direct material usage quantity for the quarter end 31st March 2024. Usage quantity, yeah? අපිට හදන්න තියෙනවා 25,300. Okay, yeah. So then they say for one item we need to incur 3 kgs. Then they're asking, and they are given some information about the kilograms at the opening and the closing also. And they're asking, what is the budgeted direct material usage quantity? Can I have some answers? For the question number 23, we have one answer as D. D. So it's a conflict between B and D, and we have C also. Okay. The students who are saying it's B and D, you have mistaken in the previous question, right? So no sooner you see this opening closing, you started to adjust. Am I correct? එහෙම නෑ. මෙතන බලන්න මොකක්ද අහන්න කියලා. They're asking what පුතේ? They're asking budgeted direct material usage. Usage කියන අපි කොච්චරක් පාවිච්චි කරනවද කියලා අහන්නේ. එකක් හදන්න 3ක් යනවා නම් 25,300ක් හදන්න කීයක් යනවද? Simplex maths, not costing, right? The answer is C. Answer is C. It's 75,900. Usage එක අහන්න. Usage. ඔයාලගේ answer එක මම හිතන්නේ හරියනවා purchase. ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට කිලෝග්‍රෑම් 75,900ක් ඕන. අපි කීයක් ගන්නවද? මිලදී ගන්නවද? Okay. For example, ඔයා කේක් හදන කෙනෙක් නම් ඔයා දැන් කැල්කුලේට් බලලා කියනවා okay, for the coming week I need to have 10 kilograms of flour. පිටි කිලෝග්‍රෑම් 10ක් ඕන. ගෙදර එකක් තියෙනවා. එනවා කීයද ගන්නෙ? ගන්නේ 9යි. That is your purchase budget. But what is your usage? Usage is 10. So here they are asking what? Usage budget. Material usage is what? It's 75,900. 75,900. I think you are okay with that. Okay, go for this one. Again, same. This is, so you see, now the direct material purchase. Now look at the answer, check the answer, it's same now, right? 25,300 තමයි ඕන අපිට. Each item they need 3 kg. Now they are asking, what is the budgeted direct material purchase quantity? Then කියන්න අපි කීයක් purchase කරන්න ඕනද කියලා. For that, first you have to see the requirement. අපේ requirement කීයද? 75,900. You are starting with that. Then your first question is what? Are we going to buy this 70,900 from the market? 75,900. Am I going to buy this 75,900 from the market? No. First of all, I go and see whether I have some left in the inventory. So it's there, opening inventory. We have 1,000. So I will reduce 1,000 from my plan. But now what will happen? They say You can't take everything. You can't take all these 1,000 kilogram, even though you are taking, make sure at the end of the quarter, keep or remain 625 as the closing inventory, which means we have to add. So get the answer now. It is called what? It's called the purchase quantity. Yeah, cool. I can't see any answers. 75,900 minus 1,000. Yes. It's 75 to 75,525. Okay, the answer is correct, right? So answer says here, what's the answer? 75 to 525. Answer B. Answer B. Okay, answer B. So now you see the difference between the three terminologies, which goes like same. So budgeted production, then budgeted usage, and then the budgeted material purchase. Okay, those are some testable areas. Okay, so this is another budgeted question we have, 25th one. Okay, this is the following information is available from Micro Private Limited, which practicing just-in-time inventory management method. Hi, okay. So what they have given some extracts from the business organization. Okay, budgeted sales given for month of March and April. Gross profit as a percentage of sales. Closing trade payables as a percentage of cost of sales. Okay, this is interconnected one with other percentages. Your requirement is how much money should be budgeted for supplier payment in April. This is like cash flow statement. Okay, so they are planning. This is estimation. මේ ඔක්කොම estimates තියෙන්නේ. Budgeted sale එක තියෙනවා 46. Okay, so gross profit is there 40% from the sales, and closing trade payables as at the percentage of 60, percentage of cost of sales 40-60. First of all, let's have the values. My percentages product right? So what we can do, we can have the values first. Okay. Gross profit as a percentage of sale. Here, 46 into 40%. 46,000 into 40%. It's 27,600. 27,600. This 40% means 52 into 40% means what? 31,200. Then 40%, now again you see we can't do the calculation again. Why? No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Yes, sorry. Let me erase this first. Okay, so help me with the figures quickly. Budgeted sales we have 46, which gross profit percentage is 18,400. Okay, 18,400. Next one, 52 into 40%, 20,800. Yeah, okay. Okay, right? So we have this. Then further they say closing trade payables as a percentage of cost of sales. Do we have cost of sales? No, but we can calculate. How? It's the difference between budgeted sales and the gross profit is what put there, that is cost of sales. Okay, cost of sales done. Okay, the cost of sales is 46 minus 18,400. So for 27,600. Okay, 27,600. 52 minus 20,800, 31,200. Okay. Now they say as a percentage of cost of sales, closing trade payables are there. Okay. Get me 40,000 from this. 27,400, 40%. Here put the 27,600, right? 46 minus 18,400. Yeah. This is 600. This is 600. Which now answer says 11,040 and 18,720. Okay. So basically we have converted the percentages to figures now, which is little bit readable and understandable. Now what they say, okay. So at the end of March, we should have a closing balance of payables 11,040. At the end of April, it should be 18,720. Okay. So what's the requirement? How much money we should budget it for the supply payment in April? So now we need to make sure how much of money we have to pay for our payables in month of April to meet this requirement. Our closing balance should be 18,720. එක තියාගන්න නම් අපි මේ මාර්ච් and ඒප්‍රිල් කරන transactions වල payment එක කීයක් ගෙවිය යුතුද? Okay. So in April, Pute, you know whatever the closing in the previous month will become the opening, right? So which means in the month of April, we have opening payables of 11,040. Am I correct? Are you all okay? Then, right? During the month, during the April, you go and see how much of purchases we do. අපි මේ March වල විතරක් නෙමෙයි අලතික transactions කරන්නේ. So how much of purchases we do? We can't see the directly purchases, but we can get it from where Pute. Cost of sales is all about what? It's all about the purchases that we do. Okay. So then what you are going to do? These purchases, you are going to add 31,200. Opening payables la gatta for the month of April, and then for that we add the transactions that we are done, that we are going to do basically in month of April, that is 31,200. Me අපි calculate figures ගන්නෙ මේ. Then if you are going to pay everything, our payables will be zero. So but the principle says, or the theory says, they are maintaining 60% of the payables. So which means we are deducting 18,720. 18,720 අපි deduct කරනවා. So now you see we are meeting the requirement. We are going to settle these amounts by keeping 18,720 as the closing inventory. Sorry, closing payables. So what's your answer? How much you are going to pay for the planning to pay in the month of April? Yeah, which we answer is correct. 23,520. That's your answer. 23,520 is the answer. So it's again a good question, I see. Okay. So here, basically, we are focusing about the month of April. Last month closing means this month opening. And for the opening, we are adding the transactions that we are going to do with our supplier. And we are not going to settle everything. If it is zero, if they say month of April balance is zero, then we had to pay everything. But we have some closing balance, which we can not do that payment. That's why we are deducting that. Answer is 23,520. Okay. So you can mark the answer as answer B. Okay, so for almost 4 hours, we have done the discussion now, and we have completed 25 questions, and rest of the 25 questions, we have another 25 questions. So what we can do is, it's going to be recorded and shared through the email to you today, because continuously we're talking for 5 hours is not easy, right? So during the day, or by tomorrow, definitely you will be getting the balance part of the recording with the discussion and the answers, and all the documents will be uploaded. The peg will be uploaded separately for your reference. You can take it and work on it. So thank you very much for the participation. I think we had a good session. We discussed 25 questions, right? So keep on practicing the questions, and as I promised you, within tomorrow we will be providing you the other discussion for other 25 questions. Thank you
Hashara,
very
thank
much.
you so much for your cooperation and dedication, because you did a wonderful job because we didn't expect it will take this time, but you are nicely explained the things and everything, including the theory and all. You did a wonderful job. Dear students, we will come to you as soon as possible with the balance 25 questions, and today I will be sharing the question paper and the answers with you, because Hashara, there are students who are getting the exams tomorrow onwards. So I think I better send the paper and the answers along with to the students,
Yeah,
to your emails. So
yeah.
in the future, Miss Ashara will be working with us to give a wonderful service to you, my dear children. So we will thank you. We will let her show our gratitude for her dedication from morning onwards. Thank you so much for your dedication and the service, dear. We will see you soon.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, and as I promised, I will discuss the other part and share with you. Thank you. Thank you, see Sri Lanka, for the opportunity. Thank you so much.